daily collective read for today, Friday, December 19th, 2025. We're going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway will be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway will be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning, as I mentioned, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. You can find those you can find the full readings over on the locations that we typically do. But before we get started on that recap, first and foremost, the most important question: how are you doing right now? Scale of 1 to 10, there are no wrong answers. We've got a very interesting new moon this evening. We're going to talk a little bit about it, because the thing about this particular new moon is it's very, very heavy in the sign of Sagittarius. It's a Sagittarius new moon in Sagittarius season, and we've also got a very large swath of planets that are currently in the house of Sagittarius as we're going through this. Now, the one thing I like to say with Sagittarius energy, I say this with Sagittarius energy, I say it with Aries energy, I say it with Scorpionic energy. A little Sagittarian energy goes a long way. And the one thing I want you to be wary of right now is there's a lot of Sagittarius energy. It's stampede energy, particularly in the realm of the feelings. Okay, we've got Jupiter that is retrograding right now in Cancer, which can already create a lot of sensitivity or hypersensitivity related in the context of the self. At the same time that we're experiencing that, Saturn and Neptune just came out of retrograde in Pisces. Now, this is something that has happened before. We've had this experience where every time Saturn and Neptune keep on coming out of retrograde, moving into Aries, and then pulling back into Pisces. So it can create a lot of volatility in the space of the context of how we carry the emotions of the past. It's like nostalgia city. I'll also point out, might be a little bit harder for those who carry a lot of Piscean placements, because every time I read for it, it seems like every time those planets start making their way out of Pisces again, it starts triggering abandonment wounds in those with Piscean placements. And then to add to that, we've got both Venus and Mercury that are also in Sag right now. And that can be talking towards or feeling a lot of excitation, particularly in and especially in the realm of the love, or in the realm of self-love, or in the space by which we're feeling energetically frustrated with the self. Now, I will point this out. The last few days, the fortunate thing that I think that's helping us right now is the fact that Mars has moved into Capricorn, because something that was interesting that I was reading on is while we weren't going through an actual Venus retrograde cycle, you'd be surprised, because Venus and Mars in such proximity to one another over the last few days potentially sure felt like one. The thing about this particular moon is it's probably going to feel a lot like a full moon. It's a very good clearing mood. It's good to get things done. Okay. There are some things that are very positive to do with this moon. There are things that are not so great to do with this moon. I wrote a whole article on it over on the Stack in Mystic Meditations. You can find it over there if you're interested in reading it. I'm going to give you a brief recap. Good things to do with this moon. Do. Put your hard hat on. Getting to work on things that you may have been energetically postponing. If there's anything that you've been procrastinating on, This is the new moon to just rip that Band-Aid off, if you will. It's going to help you with that, particularly as it relates to the fact that we've got Mars in Capricorn right now. Hard part first kind of energy. It's good in order to take frustration and channel it into productivity, right? New rule kind of energy, being able to take something, a frustration or something that's been bothering you for a long time, and applying some kind of new energetic practice, habit, or ritual to be able to effectively overcome an energetic hurdle. What we do not want to do in this new moon is react from emotional spaces. Now, that does not mean that you cannot have emotional conversations in this type of energy, but make sure, please make sure that you work on the space, that a healthy conversation on emotions have directions attached to them, right? It's not just the space by which we articulate upon our feelings. We're able to identify and articulate upon the reasons why. These are all wonderful things to do with this moon, and it's a great moon for that. It's great to build clarity. But, and again, there's always a bit of a caveat whenever we're dealing with the lunation cycles, making sure what you don't want to do is potentially having an emotionally charged conversation upon points of irritation or something that's bothering the self without coming towards another with a space by which one is worked through in order to energetically resolve it, because I keep on getting that that could potentially lead to some disruption points or some fracturing right now, because especially and particularly because we've been seeing that in relationality to the individuated energetic cycles right now, we see the energy that is in very different places. We see masculine energy right now, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, deep working through internal inner child healing, potentially being in the space by which one is hoping to feel that need for an emotional conversation or wanting to have in some kind of modality of energetic bonding, which is great. The difficulty that we're seeing right now, and especially given the fact that for a lot of the energy, the ability to see how much one has grown is becoming very emotional. These are all positive things. What we have to be conscientious of is we see feminine energy right now, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels more aligned to, in a space of heightened pragmatism, not necessarily being in the headspace by which they feel the ability to navigate emotions right now, just working through the ability of trying to keep one's head above water or trying to get things done. And for non-binary energy right now, we see that there's a lot of work that's being done in recognizing and identifying or potentially working through modalities of catharsis and healing, working deep into Chiron lessons or the observation of having to kind of hold oneself at a distance from things. But that sense of holding oneself at a distance from things is best articulated by the fact that they're working through, again, the context of the past where they've recognized that when someone comes towards them with a manifestation goal, but has not done their shadow work effectively, the relationship feels less like one of another person attempting to move towards their dreams with them, so much as taking something energetically out on them. So this is where we find all the energy right now. And like I said, in relationality to the work that we find during this new moon, that ability of building into the context of healing, being able to articulate upon something in a way, I want to say that the key words for this type of energy is pragmatic conversations on the emotional space allow for magical things to occur, right? Being able to kind of build into that combined energetic frequency of working through hurdles in a space of heightened identification, and not just identification, but heightened ingenuity. Now, in relationality, I'll also point out from the perspective of relationship cycles right now, we're going through an energetic shift. What I've been effectively reading is this is coming into the culmination of a lot of those moon relationships. And those moon relationships have been coming together between the time that Uranus stationed retrograde, which was over in the fall, up until like the current time. Now, It took a little bit of time to be able to identify what the prioritization point of those relationships were. But we're effectively seeing that that prioritization point is built upon refinement. It's being able to build upon refinement in less than ideal circumstances or situations. Now, I got to stress this. These moon relationships that have been coming together during this time, they've been going through the ringer. Why do we see that they've been going through the ringer? Because they've been coming together during a very prolonged retrograde season. That is the area where there may have been a lot of miscommunication, a lot of energetic misalignments, a lot of circumstances that feel awkward or overlapping, right? Working through a lot of different misaligned prioritization points. But what we see that is effectively occurring in those modalities and experiences is the ability of relationship, the ability of the energy coming into partnership, being able to effectively not take each other's emotionality personally, but being able to articulate upon the phase by which they find oneself in. These are the know thyself relationships. It's the observation of the lesson that one of the greatest gifts that we can bring into relationship is a knowledge of the self, because we can help another person understand what they are finding within us. At the same time that that is occurring, there may be the closing out of energetic cycles that are occurring right now. And I'll tell you right now, this, I've been reading this every time Saturn stations direct in Pisces, the same message comes through, which is emotions only fix things if there are directions attached to them. The difference between feeling like we are unburdening ourselves of our emotions versus the situation or circumstance by which we are able to articulate and define to another what we effectively find there. We keep on seeing that for a lot of those relationships, if these were circumstances or situations by which another person articulated that they needed a break in order to stay in relationship, it's the working through the energetic karmic lesson that there are those that articulate the energetic need or desire to be move towards a manifestation goal. But when we're energetically ready to move towards a manifestation goal, we don't need breaks from the manifestation goal, right? The ability to be able to recognize or find that point of energetic resilience within us. I keep on seeing that there may be some closing out of those energetic cycles, but those modalities or experiences by which that is occurring, it's almost the energy that is releasing any energetic pain in relationality to over internalizing the fact that they're observing something like that related to something outside of the self. So that's where we effectively see. Now, I'm going to point out, we see a lot of splitting that's potentially happening in the energy and solitude right now. So this either someone going through one of those experiences, both of those experiences, or potentially both of those at the same time. Now, this brings us to the temperance relationships, and the temperance relationships were effectively coming together between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde up until the solstice period that we experienced over the summer. For a lot of these relationships, I keep on seeing that this has been difficult because, as I mentioned, something about Venus and Mars having been in such close proximity in Sagittarius over the last few days may have created circumstances or situations by which energy was being very hard on the self, right? The distortion of the perception of the self, either experiencing that internally or feeling like you're seeing it outside of the self in the context of another person, misconceiving or misperceiving you. For a lot of these relationships, the healing is coming via the clarity of the energetic counterpart, the ability to articulate to another how they see one another, that allows for that sense of exaltation that is building into the refortification of the internal sense of self. Because again, Mars in Capricorn is working through that space of being hardworking. And it's almost like the modality that we're experiencing is if the energy is feeling like something is rough right now, and they're asking themselves, why is something so difficult? I almost feel like the energy is saying to one another, some experiences, like I keep on getting some energetic experience, some energy just needs to be endured. right? Like it's working through the endurance of going through a rough energetic cycle. But I keep on seeing that that energy, right? Like being able to articulate upon the fact that they're enduring something is the ability by which they're able to articulate to one another the fact that if there was something that was different or that needed to change or be done that could change something, they would articulate it to one another. But they're giving each other that sense of confidence in relationality to what they're effectively trying to do or what they're trying to get done. Now, this brings us to the magician relationships. And for our purposes, we always read on the energy that most recently entered into divine union. And so these magician relationships were coming together between the time of the solstice period up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune that was happening around March. Now, for a lot of these relationships, these were the relationships that came together understanding that authenticity of the self acts as a beacon to attract the ideal counterpart. Never have these energies been more stabilized in healthy relationship. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of those circumstances or situations, working through circumstances, and I need to point this out, that may feel somewhat energetically ridiculous outside of the context of the self. The ability of being able to identify what it means to be healthy or making healthier choices. If this is energy that recognizes that they're making healthier choices and it feels like it's creating a rift or distance from someone in the context by which they're doing that, I just keep on seeing that the energy is effectively resolving themselves into the fact that that's what happens during maturation cycles. They've been going through an experience with Saturn, waking up every time Saturn crosses over into Aries, it almost triggers a pseudo Saturn return moment. So I feel like a lot of that energy is building into the context of scrutinizing their own feelings. Again, much like the temperance relationships, trying to identify or articulate if there's something that they need to change about something that they're doing or saying, if there's something there that is like working through something that they could be refining upon. But if they're not seeing, and you see that this is the combination of the two other frequencies, if they're seeing that there's not something that they can be energetically refining upon, and they're doing that hard work to be able to build into stabilization of the self, I keep on seeing that this could be a time that they're forging into new energetic connections or new relationships that feel energetically supportive of the observation of what it is they're trying to do and how they're working to achieve it. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to be able to learn more about a very special retreat that I will be hosting this August in the locationality by which the tarot was first discovered. I'd like to invite you to join me in Italy in August for a unique retreat where we will be sharpening our tarot skills while also learning more about the culture that allowed the tarot to find a home and flourish and thrive. We will be traveling to Tuscany, Rome, and Florence to be able to advance our own studies in the tarot while also being able to understand that culture. And you can find out more information on that trip over on my stack. Also, for those who joined us in our recent class, thank you so much. I had such a wonderful time teaching you about the Judgment card. For those who were not able to attend the class that we just recently taught, it will also be available to my Substack subscribers later today. And I will also point out that if you head over there, you'll be able to find out about our next class, which will be happening on January 15th. We'll be continuing our studies into the tarot with a study on the World card. I also want to let you know that on top of my, you can also go there in order to sign up for those classes. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a paid monthly subscriber, you'll have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. It's not necessary to catch up. If you're just joining us, I do my best to give you updates on everything we've studied in each class. And you'll have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of readings, you'll also receive full access. You'll also receive access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, and you'll receive a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader, as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. As I mentioned, I also post my Mystic Meditation articles there, which will give you an update on everything that we've been studying energetically in article form. And I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages, which is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. And I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you so much, BB, for those gifts. I appreciate you guys. Make sure to give BB some love. Also a very talented reader. Hashtag reader supporting readers. And thank you so much, Avatar. Good to see you as well today. And welcome as well, Jesse. Adina, good to see you. Thank you for the compliment, Sandy. And thank you as well, Adina, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. If you comment, Adina, I'll be sure to pin you up. Had a lovely podcast with Adina. What was it, a year ago? About a year ago? You can still find it over on my stack and over on their page. Oh, Black. I'm glad, Blackhead, I'm glad that you're feeling like that right now. I need to point out, I think that it's the space by which we feel comfortable in our own energy, right? And we see a lot of energy right now in solitude, working into the feeling of energetic stability and relationality to finding that sense of holisticness. I'll tell you, during this recent energetic cycle, I don't even feel comfortable articulating that the energy in solitude is in separation, because it indicates that something is missing outside of the self. And Maggie, thank you for the follow, dear. Thank you, IU, for the heart. BB, I'm so grateful for my beautiful partnership, especially during this new moon. I'm so glad to hear that, BB. And thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. And thank you so much for those beautiful gifts. Grand Rising, Ella and Nikki, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Oh my gosh. Oh, what a beautiful message to send to each other. I just want to point out, I like this combination because I see somebody who just comes towards another person with all this authenticity, and then just like, and then the joke coming in. It's beautiful. Thank you guys for being here. And I hope these messages help you as well on your journey. How are you doing today, Bridget? I love that panda. Hi there, dear. Happy Friday, Ella. The gang is here. Welcome. Da-da-da, Super Panda, I like it. And BB, thank you for those beautiful gifts. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Skeptic, for the follow. And Amanda, thank you for the follow as well. Oh, they've got new holiday gifts out. That's super. They like waited till the last minute. I guess it's fine. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you want to get on the list, now is the time to get on the list. You're going to be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. If you're joining us across any of the other sites and would like to get on as well today, you can do so via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Oh, and thank you so much for those gifts. I know I like the flying panda. It's really cute. A couple of updates too for those who are joining us. We are doing 2 giveaways today. The first reading giveaway is going to be a giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. The other reading giveaway we'll be doing today is a reading giveaway. And for when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen if you're joining us over on the place where over on the clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting that reading back to the collective. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to get off the list, go ahead and also let me know the date that you were put on the hold list. I will be happy to add you back to the list. I still have so many questions about that potato. I don't understand it. Oh man, that would be so cool. Somebody would be sued. There's definitely no, having that would be an incredible gift to have, but yeah, I have a feeling that it's probably not permittable. Yeah, I miss the anglerfish. Me and Bridget miss the anglerfish. It was our favorite. How are you doing today, Ms. Millie? As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective. If you want to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. Also, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. And before we get started, why don't we warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check? I've got the Animal Spirit Guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cow. I'll tell you, bull was close. Bull was close. Okay. What is a grog, Nikki? I know. I like it. I like it. All right, friends. As I mentioned, we are going to get started. Oh, the hind was not close. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Bridget? Happy Friday. A win is a win. A win is a win. And BB, thank you so much for getting on the list as well. You'll be the second person read for. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. And please remember, if you would like to be taken off the hold list and added back to the list, just let me know your name and the date you were added, and I'll be happy to add you back too. For anyone else who is interested in getting on the list for today, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can put that information in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. Also, if you are a super fan who would like a animal spirit guide card with your free reading today, make sure that you're recharging your heart maze. Also, if you are a super fan who would like access to our Disco channel, just message me a Disco GIF and I'll be happy to add you. If you would like to get a special coupon code for our class, that class that we had last night, which will be uploaded as soon later on this evening, message me the word class. And if you would like information related to the trip that we have planned, message me the word trip. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Oh, good to see you, Esteban. I panicked. I like that you panicked. And instead of naming any animal, thank you, dear. Instead of naming any animal, you made up an animal. I appreciate that. All right, my friends. No better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy update for today, Friday, December 19th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today. We are going to start right now with the masculine headspace. We're going to be starting our read today. We're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck to begin with in the headspace of the masculine. Can I get 3 cards? Bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. We've got here the Devil card in its reversal. We've got the 4 of Wands in its reversal. We've also got the Knight of Wands in its reversal. How are we doing there? How are we doing, guys? All right, we're going to talk about this, okay? Everybody needs a hug. Everybody needs a hug, okay? This is like in sore need of a hug. All right. So we're going to talk about some stuff. One of the things that I see that is happening right now for a lot of the masculine energy is working through. I need to explain why you might be feeling so emotional right now. It's not the fact. Sagittarius, I need to stress this. And I was saying this, I was saying this the other day when I was doing the reading. Sagittarius have this incredible ability, and I'm sure you've experienced this if you know a Sag in your life, which is whenever I think of Sag energy, I just think of that moment from The Simpsons where Homer says, "Oh, I said the loud part soft, and I said the soft part out loud." Right? It's like the modality by which we feel a lot of emotionality, and we articulate upon energetic frustration. Right? This is a continuation of what we were effectively seeing that was happening. And the thing about it is, especially with all of this energy that we're currently experiencing, it's not the fact that we haven't gone through a Sagittarian new moon before, but it's the combination of working through a Sagittarian new moon in Sagittarius season with the modality of experiencing planets Mercury and Venus that are also in Sagittarius. Now, the one thing that's going to be helpful about this right now is Mars has moved into Capricorn, because Lord, when we had Mercury, Venus, and Mars all in Sagittarius, it can work through the modality of having big feelings and not knowing where to energetically put them. But what we keep on getting, particularly in relationality to that, is I keep on getting the same message, which is healthy. It's not just the fact that not all emotions are energetically proportional. Healthy feelings have directions attached to them, right? The difference between having a conversation on feelings that feels like it is empowering to all those who leave it, versus another person feeling like they're like one person, right? Have you ever had those kind of those conversations? You ever had one of those emotional conversations where one person goes, "Whew, oh man, I feel great. I'm glad I got that off my chest. Oh my gosh, yeah, that was wonderful. We're in good shape now," right? Another person is like this, right? The difference between giving someone our emotional homework to do, right, versus articulating upon what it is that we're doing together is what allows the emotions to energetically build bridges, right? The emotions that have healthy directions attached to them. And I almost see like a lot of the energy kind of working through the spaces or places by which, and this is what happens, I would not be surprised if there's energy that's working through the recognition of what happens when we allow our feelings to get the better of us. Now, this is the difference, right? What is the difference between leading with feelings and allowing our feelings to get the better of us? Leading with feelings are the feelings that have directions attached to them, right? The empowering conversation, the energy that feels like it invigorates. And I feel like I see a lot of contemplation around masculine, the headspace of the masculine, again, working through, not based on gender, but what one feels aligned to. The modality of making sure that when we have an emotional conversation, we're on the same page in relationality to what the next steps are, right? The ability to recognize and identify what feels energetically empowering. So I've got, and this is why I was saying a couple days ago, remember when I was saying a couple days ago, when the difference between allowing the feelings to get the better of us is when we feel energetically frustrated, right? and we say something in the modality of having a lot of feelings about it, what do we often do afterwards? Right? It's those modalities by which we feel energetically frustrated upon ourselves. So I keep on getting that for a lot of the energy doing this work right now, it feels, I feel like it's either I see masculine energy identifying and recognizing what it is that they are working towards, or potentially building into that state of energetic empowerment, particularly and especially in terms of what one is trying to, like what one is trying to resolve or work upon or energetically improve upon, right? Now for feminine, and we'll be using for feminine right now, headspace, the tarot of the divine, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. 3 cards, please. We've got the 3 of coins in its upright. We've got the Knight of Cups in its reversal. And we've also got, one more please, the Judgment card in its upright. And this is what I meant, and this is what I've been talking to you guys about. I'll just tell you right now. I'm going to keep on saying this. There are times, you see this? See what I'm talking about here? Okay. There are times when the energy is in alignment, in relationality to like where they are energetically. And this is what I meant about potentially working through and that's what I said in terms of like having conversations about the emotions right now, saying to someone, do you have the bandwidth for an emotional conversation? Make sure that you're asking someone if they do, because what we effectively see that's happening there is we've got masculine with like, I've got all these feelings I don't know what to do with, and and we've got feminine energy being like, I don't have enough time. Feminine energy is deep in that modality of working through the observation of Saturn and Neptune, like the feeling of excitation that comes out of the arrival of that energy as we're going through these experiences right now. So that's the hard part we see. We've got masculine deep in that Jupiter in Cancer, right? What do I do with all these feelings? And what do we have feminine? And where do we have feminine right now? We've got feminine going, I don't have time for any. I don't have time. Like working more in the modality, right? Working more in the modality of the energy pushing into Aries with the Capricorn. So a lot of that feeling of energetically rushing through something. We're busy, busy, busy. So, like I said, let this energy, the way we modality, like the continuation of what we articulated in relationality to what we were speaking upon, is recognizing or identifying or communicating to one another in relationality to where we find, like whether we have the headspace for conversations, because working through or navigating that headspace right now is what's effectively going to allow for something to build into the space of practicality. Well, now continuing, and I feel like for a lot of feminine energy right now, and I want to point this out, and I want you to see this. For masculine energy right now, we've got Knight of Wands in its reversal in the headspace. And we see a Knight that's also in the feminine, but it's a Knight of Cups in its reversal. So you see what I mean, right? This is masculine potentially looking for nurturing right now. And where do we see feminine, right? No time, like that, not working so much in the modality by which they're feeling the ability to effectively be in that nurturing capacity in the moment, because, right, they're in that space of effectively working in a very determinative way. So we've got even here, this is a lot of the energy, but this is what I appreciate. The relationships that are working through the modality, the counterpart, right? We don't always, the modality by which we recognize that we're not always in the same headspace is something that we can navigate. Remember, this is the culmination of those moon relationships, the ability to articulate in relationality to where we find one another. Now let's get to the non-binary space. I'm going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego. 3 cards, please. We've got the Ace of Wands in its upright. So that's connecting to all that wand energy that's in the masculine space. We've got the Ten of Pentacles in its reversal, and which is connecting to the feminine. And we've got the Seven of Swords. Now this is interesting too, because this is the first sword that we see that's coming out in today's spread. So I feel like for a lot of the energy right now, the non-binary energy is working into the context or the observation. You know what? And I want to describe, like, I want to describe what I'm reading in relationality to working through something. I feel like I want to describe that for a lot of the energy working through that space. I feel like a lot of the non-binary energy is in a very sardonic headspace right now. And what do I need? And this is coming through in yesterday's reading too. What do I mean by sardonic? Which is, it feels a lot like the weight or the force or the energetic capacity by which we are able to energetically articulate upon what it is. Like it's conversations that non-binary energy is having, either with counterpart or with the self, as to what it means to feel energetically safe, seen, or supported in a relationship. This is a continuation of what we see that is happening in a lot of those relationships. And I keep on saying it's an activated conversation. And an activated conversation is one, and I like to point this out, it's okay for us to be upset about things. We're supposed to be energetically upset in the modality by which we feel that our standards are not being energetically supported. And I keep on getting that for a lot of the energy, doing that work, effectively being able to articulate upon the fact that the reason that they're energetically slower to move into relationship is the fact that they can tell others the energetic story in relationality of having the expectation of moving with someone towards a manifestation goal. But when someone is not doing the work to understand the self, that feels less like the modality by which you get to experience your dream, so much as it feels like another person is just taking out on you the fact that they find you in a state of confusion. And so that's what I keep on seeing in relationality to a lot of that work. I keep on getting that for a lot of the energy doing that work, that ability to effectively articulate or identify or speak towards it. I feel like that's a lot of the energy that is working into the context of navigating what feels often like the modality by which they're energetically misunderstood. I keep on seeing it's working through some kind of feeling of isolation or energetic solitude. But I keep on seeing it's even in the modality by which they work through that feeling of solitude. I keep on feeling like they're working towards their own sense of energetic, like, attunement. And I keep on getting too that for a lot of those relationships, having a counterpart that energetically gets it. It's the difference between the relationship by which another person feels like another person is protected. Like, I keep on seeing it's the energy that's building into a protective relationship, which is another that is able to understand why they find them in a modality by which they hold themselves very delicately. Now, continuing to get clarification, moving into the heart space of masculine energy, and we're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego for the heart space of masculine right now. Can I get 3 cards, please? 2, 3. We've got here, we've got the Justice card in its reversal. We've got the 6 of Pentacles in its upright. And we've got the Hierophant in its upright. So I feel like this is, I think that there's, what's interesting too. I want to point this out. This is masculine. I like this. This is masculine energy that is working on the observation of what it means to be able to build into the context of emotionally supportive relationship. And I keep on getting this. This is a lot of the masculine energy that is getting better at building into an emotional support system that is not primarily, entirely energetically attached solely to counterpart. This is the healing that we're talking about in relationality to working through this, because what happens when you get into the space where you misconfuse, where you confuse disassociating with stoicism, you end up in a codependent relationship with the only person you feel you can be energetically open with. I'm going to say that again for the masculine energy that's doing this work. When you confuse disassociation for stoicism, which it is not, then all you end up doing is building a codependent relationship with the only person you feel energetically safe with. And this is why we see, what is the energy of the masculine doing? They're working to flourish their heart space, right? And what's hard about that is navigating awkward. What does it feel like? What does it feel like when you flourish the heart space, right? It's not the warm fuzzies. It feels like the most awkward thing you've ever done. Okay, it feels like the most awkward thing you've ever done. The ability to effectively energetically share, the ability to effectively energetically express, the ability to effectively articulate or identify or speak towards something that you're trying to do in a greater way. And so I keep on getting that for a lot of the energy doing that work, that modality or capacity of understanding the responsibility of not just carrying feelings, but the way that we energetically communicate on those feelings. I keep on seeing that this is the energy that is like, and I keep on that's deep, that's deep Sagittarian energy right there, right? It's working through the clumsiness of the self. It's like when we're able to navigate the clumsiness of the self, we're able to expand upon what it is that we're trying to do better, right? It's like on the other side, like this is what we mean by I am cringe, but I am free, right? Because on like nobody else experiences the cringe but you yourself. So when you're able to navigate your cringe, that modality or experience by which we feel something and we feel energetically awkward about it, but then we're able to effectively like proceed forward from it. I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, it's like I keep on like I feel like it's a lot of that work by being able to, I keep on hearing like work through and take accountability for what they're energetically trying to do better. Now for feminine energy, again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the heart space of feminine right now. One, come on. 2, 3, thank you. Really a lot of resistance in the heart space of feminine. Wow, I can see why. We got Queen of Wands. Queen of Wands and it's upright. We've got Hierophant. Oh my gosh, look at this. Hierophant in its upright. We've also got the 10 of Cups in its reversal. So again, there's energy that is shifting right now into union. I also see some energy shifting into separation. But the thing we're going to talk about here is for feminine, I feel like one of the things that we're identifying is, and I want to point this out, feminine is working through the space of setting the standard on what it is that they identify or articulate that they aspire for in healthy counterpart relationship, right? And I think that there's something important about this too, because this is feminine energy that understands and recognizes that the only way we find what we're looking for is when we stop taking a cynical attitude in relationality to what one expects. When feminine energy has there's nothing less energetically romantic than someone who has effectively closed a book before they've even opened it, is what I keep on seeing. And this is the feminine energy I keep on hearing that is learning to bless their tongue in relationality to how they talk towards what it is that they aspire for. And we need to talk about this here because I see that this is coming through. We don't allow prejudice in any other context. We don't allow it in race or creed or religion, right? And we say that because we energetically respect one another. So the modality by which we talk towards the sacredness of what we expect from each other is also the ability to effectively energetically respect what we effectively find in one another. And that's why I keep on seeing that this is a lot of the feminine energy, that this is what we understand that over cynicism creates, right? Too much energetic bitterness. But the healthy, and I keep on seeing healthy cynicism, right? Healthy cynicism is the space by which we don't allow our expectations, right? We don't allow our expectations to cloud our perception. So this is what I see that a lot of the feminine energy is working towards right now. Healthy cynicism, the continuation, the culmination of a lot of those moon relationships, which is again occupying a space by which you have hope that something miraculous is just on the other side of the next person that you meet, right? That the relationship that's for you is going to be like nothing that you have ever experienced before, while at the same time being energetically informed, right, by what it is that one has experienced in order to be able to energetically find it, right? Those are the coordinates that build into healthy union or partnership. So I see that that's a lot of the energy. It's interesting. I don't know where Libra is right now, but it feels very Libra there, right? Because that's a lot of the energy that's building into that sensor of energetic balance. Now, moving towards non-binary energy, can I please get 3 cards to clarify? And we'll be using, for the heart space of non-binary right now, we'll be utilizing the Tarot of the Divine. 3 cards, please. 1, 2, 3. We've got here the 6 of Cups in its reversal. We've also got the 8 of Swords in its upright. And we've also got the 4 of Coins in its reversal. So what are we effectively energetically seeing right now? So for a lot of the non-binary energy, I feel it's interesting because I don't see the hermit mode I don't see the hermit card in these cards. But the funny thing about hermit energy is sometimes we can read into it even if the card isn't expressed. And I feel like that's what we see right now in a lot of the non-binary energy. I feel like there's some kind of energetic observation or working through. I keep on getting working through the context of, and I want to describe it. It's feeling very much, where's Chiron right now? It's feeling very much like the energy. I think Chiron is planning on coming out of retrograde. This could be why. It's working through the space by which we carry the wounds of the past. And the wounds of the past often guide our way going forward. And the thing that we identify here, and I keep on seeing this, a lot of this energy carries exceptional wounds. And the hard part in relationality to carrying exceptional wounds is it builds into the observation of recognizing or feeling something in such a way that it supports but it energetically separates, is what I keep on seeing. It supports but it energetically separates. And those modalities or experiences of the energy, and I keep on seeing that this is what's hard about a lot of that non-binary energy, is like I see the energy being like working through this space by which the ability to work into the context of identifying and recognizing the shape of love. I keep on seeing some of that energy articulating upon the fact that love has led them places that they never energetically anticipated or desired to go towards. But the reason I keep on seeing, the reason that they're healing in those capacities and modalities is the understanding that when someone finds another, this is what's painful, and this is why we have to do the work to heal. Because when we find everything that we're energetically looking for, when we find that exquisite counterpart, then the modality by which the simultaneous observation that you will meet the best thing the thing that you've always longed for or recognized you needed, but depending on the quality or condition you find yourself, that will either create the space by which you rise to the energetic challenge, or, right, it becomes the space by which you work out all of your shadow work, is entirely dependent upon the ability to work through the space by which one is working to identify and articulate what one is trying to do better. And I keep on seeing that a lot of this energy has had to deal with fundamental heartbreaks. And the hard part about it is the modality of experiencing the fact that in the shape by which they experienced trauma, they were experiencing another person's distorted love, right? And I almost feel like that is the energy that is articulating to others the fact that love is often not enough. This is why this is why the cliche speaks about the fact that love is not enough. Because when we haven't healed and we love each other, our love does not feel like love. It can feel like it will be the shape of any trauma that we have yet to work out. And that's even the energy that's navigating situations or circumstances with a sense of empathy in relationality to understanding that often when energy does that, they don't mean to, because they haven't recognized it in themselves enough. So I feel like that's the energy that works even harder to know the self, because of the journey of them experiencing hardship or pain from another person, caring about them, but not recognizing themselves in the shape of the love that they held for them. Continuing to get clarification. And I feel like that's interesting because I either see that that is something that the energy is expressing within themselves, or they're expressing to healthy counterpart connection. Now, continuing to get clarification, bottom of the deck for masculine right now, and we're going to be utilizing for the masculine unconscious space. We're going to be reading into we're going to be reading into the Tarot of the Divine. 3 cards, please. We've got Knight of Wands in its reversal. So we've got a lot. Yeah, we've got double Knight of Wands. I need to point out this. Okay, I need to stress this. We're going to take a minute to pause. And if you are a tarot nerd like I am, then this is very important, because there's a lot of cards on this table right now. Not only do we have Knight of Wands right now in the masculine, but both of the Knight of Wands that we find in the masculine are in their reversal. So that's very intriguing and important to energetically notate. We've also got the 9 of Swords in its upright, and we've got the Queen of Wands in its upright. So there's the Queen of Wands from the feminine spread that we find here. So I feel like there's something really energetically important that we're potentially seeing that's occurring right now in the space of masculine energy. And again, bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Identifying and recognizing. And I keep on seeing this. For a lot of the energy, I feel like there's a lot of the energy that is working through the observation of recognizing, and this is what's important too, and we're gonna keep on talking about this. Never has there been a greater pain point than for masculine, and I feel like a lot of masculine recognizes this with the misconstruction of what stoicism means. Stoicism is not about turning to stone. Stoicism is the ability to energetically feel everything we feel, and to allow those emotions to inform us, but not drive our action, right? The ability to sit in the space of the emotions, to allow them to wash over you and to cleanse you, to allow it to be the modality by which you're able to identify and recognize, and then effectively take a breath and articulate, right? The distance of space between breaths. This is why we talk about the identification as to why breath work is important, because it is the modality by which the thing is, emotions like to demand attention. Emotions like to demand attention, right? And what do emotions say? Like, here, like hear me. Like, emotions bang the gavel inside of us and scream, hear me, right? That's all the emotions ever do, right? They go, hear me. But the thing is, when we are being present with our emotions, we do not become the articulation point of them. We listen. We listen first to what they say, and then we ask the emotions the most important question. Why do I feel that way? Right? Because the thing about it is, and again, the experience or the understanding of understanding that not all emotions are alike, right? That some emotions rise up within us when we're feeling vulnerable, when we're feeling energetically triggered, when something that's happening now reminds us of something that happened 10 years ago that was not great. But the ability for us to sit and to sit in the shape in the pool in the shape of the emotions, right, allows us to begin to do the what? The vital work of separating them, right? And so this is what I keep on seeing. This is the masculine energy that is doing the work to disambiguate upon the work that needs to happen within to navigate the emotions versus the work that they need to bring forth without to be able to heal relationship. It's not easy. It's painful. And I see even now, and I'm going to say this right now to masculine. If you are looking at experiences or situations on the past where an inability to do so caused a breakage point, congratulations. Look how far you've come. Continuing towards feminine, bottom of the deck for unconscious space for feminine, we'll be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego. 3 cards, please. 1, 2, 3. We've got the 5 of Swords in its reversal. We've got the 6 of Wands in its reversal. And we've also got the 3 of Pentacles in its reversal. Now, what do we effectively recognize or identify or see there? For feminine energy, I feel like this is a lot, like I feel like there's a cleansing process that's effectively happening right now in the unconscious space of the feminine. And it has to do with, I keep on hearing, it has to do with other individuals' quietude, is what I keep on seeing. I'm getting a lot of energy of feminine is working to energetically heal from modalities or experiences by which I keep on seeing it's the experience by which we understand or identify that if we are like, and I think that this is I need to point this out. This is feminine building into patience. They're building into patience for themselves, but not just patience for themselves. They're building into the patience of the energy that is surrounding the self. Because I just keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, working through the modality, and this is what we kind of recognize with Mercury and Venus in Sagittarius and Mars in Capricorn. Always patient, never waiting, is the space by which we don't project our patience onto situations or circumstances wherein another person does not recognize that they are experiencing it. I keep on seeing that for a lot of those relationships, that ability to effectively identify and recognize or work through the space by which they're navigating, I keep wondering, the space by which they're navigating others, like others' weirdness is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on getting, like, it's funny too, because I feel like this is the feminine saying, this is the energy going, if I take ownership of my weird, and you take ownership of my weird, then who's taking ownership of your weird, right? Like the modality by which we understand that when we're working through the space of another's energetic shadow work, we don't allow it to effectively, we don't allow it to effectively bother us or get the better of it. We allow the context of effectively observing, not absorbing, and not only in the context of observing, not absorbing, but further being able to amplify and articulate to another what it is that we effectively feel in relationality to what it is that we're working to heal within the self. And I keep on getting that for a lot of the energy working through those modalities and experiences, that ability to effectively articulate, like I keep on getting, if that is the energy that is working through a situation by which another person feels like they are being ridiculous, I feel like I see that energy. Like I keep on hearing the energy saying, like, respectfully, like I feel like it's the energy almost like speaking forth towards the ridiculousness, right? Like it's a lot, I keep on hearing it's like it's a lot of that energy that's just kind of working through something in such a way that they're able to effectively amplify and articulate why something energetically bothers them, but not only why something energetically bothers them, but not allowing their emotions to be the response to energetic, ridiculous situations. Because often, and this is what we notate with trauma, right? Trauma is the space by which something does not make sense, right? Like that modality or experience by which we feel energetic trauma is often articulated by the lack of sense that we find there. You can't bring trauma, you can't bring sense to a traumatizing situation because it doesn't fix the situation. The ability to effectively see something that's energetically like ridiculous and effectively steer clear of it is what I keep on seeing. Like this is the energy that just feels the space of working through the frustration of having good direction sense. And I keep on getting that for a lot of that energy kind of working through that capacity, it's allowing for a context of practicality to occur. But there's something important even in relationality to the practicality, because I keep on seeing that that is the energy that is working through, like working through the space by which they're trying to be as energetically pragmatic as possible. But even recognizing that when you're trying to do everything and being as pragmatic as possible, that the modality by which another person doesn't feel energetically doted upon will often simultaneously or similarly make one feel energetic hardship about it. So this is a lot of the energy of the feminine that is becoming more stable in recognizing or feeling the confusion point in navigating another person's energetic trauma without being traumatized by it. It's like I feel like it's a lot of like it's giving me a lot of that, like it's giving me a lot of that like energetic shrug energy. You know, it's like that's very Sagittarian there. It's like what are you like what are you gonna what are you gonna do? Continuing to get clarification and moving into the non-binary energy space, bottom of the bottom unconscious for non-binary. We'll be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial Spread, please. Whoop. We've got here the Page of Pentacles in its upright. Woo! We got the Ace of Pentacles in its upright. Holy moly. One more, please. And we've got the Ace of Wands in its upright. Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow. Page of Pentacles, Ace of Pentacles, Ace of Wands. This is what I mean. This is what I'm talking about here. So this energy that we're effectively seeing, non-binary energy, I feel like there's something really important in relationality to non-binary energy. Like, and I feel like it's in a way, it feels like they're having fortifying conversations about it. it's almost like the energy that articulates the fact that they have to be twice as energetically effective as things. Because what happens when energy is potentially always energetically triggered by you? It's the space by which you're constantly having to work twice as hard at everything, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's a lot of energy that respects and appreciates the fact. Like, I keep on hearing they respect and they energetically appreciate the self. And I keep on seeing it's not something, what's hard about it is it's not something that they felt like they wanted to do. They felt like they had to do it, right? And I keep on seeing that those modalities or those energetic experiences that surround the self, particularly in the space by which another person energetically articulates upon something. I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, they have come to terms with the fact that there will always be an aspect of the self that is energetically ubiquitous to those that effectively surround the self, right? I keep on seeing that and I keep on like I feel like there is energy in that modality that is effectively does everything they can. And I need to point this out. This is really important. Like, I see energy that works upon the space of understanding that the need to understand the self was necessary in order to energetically survive. That the modality by which they effectively had to come into the embracing of the self in order to energetically survive. And there's nothing more painful than moving into the modality of authenticity as a need for survival. And another person looking at the self and saying, how is all that bliss going? How is all that bliss going? Right? Like, another person, like, I literally see situations here. Where a person like was working through the understanding of, this is what I mean with Chiron, like Chiron and Eris, like still in such close proximity, moving into the space of having no other choice, than to identify the self, to come into the identification or authenticity of the self in order to energetically survive. And another person going, how is all that bliss going? Right? Like, the modality by which another person sees that in some kind of space by which they articulate that it is silly, that it is non-necessary, that somebody is not prioritizing the right things because what they're doing in order to energetically survive, right? The ability to understand and come into the authenticity of the self, another person sees as the identification point of operating from a state of bliss. I feel like that's the energy. That's like, I keep on hearing the energy go, like, it's like the sigh that occurs in that kind of level of being misunderstood, right? That level of being misunderstood, where another person is literally doing everything they can to energetically survive, and another person sees that as something that is, I keep wondering, something that is energetically flippant. And so I feel like for a lot of the energy doing that work, I feel like that's what I mean in relationality to the energy that works twice as hard because they understand and they see themselves. And I keep on seeing that when one knows the self, right? One does not feel the need to constantly have to explain the self to others, but one pays close attention to those who see the self as well, right? It's the observe, don't, this is observe, don't absorb to the highest level, right? The observe, don't absorb to the highest level. But I keep on getting that observe, don't absorb to the highest level that also energetically digs in relationality to holding upon the pathwork of recognizing and understanding and feeling the shape of their own energetic standards is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck on these reads right now. For masculine, we've got the Devil card in its reversal. Devil card in its reversal, which is talking towards, I feel like Devil card in its reversal is talking towards the space. And this is what I see even now, right? I would not, you know, it's working through the energy that understands. And this is what happens, right? When our emotions get the better of us, nobody can see us within the emotions, right? It's about the identification point of energetically losing control, right? That is what brings us into the modality or experience by which we amplify and articulate upon the emotions that we energetically feel. And I keep on getting that those experiences, like I feel like, how do we describe it? It's working into the context of energetic emotionality, but not just, I keep on getting, not just energetic emotionality. I keep on seeing it's working through the understanding of our own, I keep on hearing working through the understanding of our own sense of energetic stability within the self. And I keep on getting that there's something really important about the masculine that articulates upon the energetic feeling of doing the work so that others don't have to, right? And I keep on seeing that I almost feel like it's masculine clarifying to other masculine what it means to honor the space of feelings. Honoring the space of feelings, it's not enough. That's a hard part when we're coming into the space of feeling our feelings. Feeling our feelings is half the battle, right? The other half is sorting through the feelings to figure out what's internal and what's external. And I feel like it's hard because I almost see some masculine energy seeing other masculine energy that's forgotten the second half of that directive, right? And I see the energy being like, you're not honoring my feelings, and being like, respectfully, if your feelings don't make sense, I don't have to, right? Because it's the work of understanding the emotions that have the directions attached to them are the emotions that are healthy. And I feel like that's the masculine that's doing the work to effectively do that, but and also is doing the work to recognize spaces or places where they might have not done that in the past. Now, for feminine, we're going to be the bottom of the deck is Tarot of the Divine. Knight of Wands in its reversal. There's so many Knight of Wands here. So many Knight of Wands. When I say that I see a lot, I just keep on seeing a lot of this feminine energy that's working through right now. I keep on seeing they're working into the heart of pragmatism. There's a lot of that energy that's just working through. I keep on hearing like go, 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 go right now, right? And a lot of the work that we effectively see or amplify in relationality to those circumstances or experiences, I just keep on seeing the same kind of work that's coming through. And I keep on getting it's the observation of effectively working into the context of building into, I keep on getting building into the space of a relationship that's based or built upon energetic communication. And I keep on getting, there's something important in relationality to energetic communication, because I feel like for a lot of the feminine energy, it's like the space by which another person feels like feminine never feels more held than when feminine is taken into consideration. When feminine is taken into consideration when feminine is taken into consideration in rooms that they are not in, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like not the modality or experience by which they constantly feel like they need to prove themselves to others. And I keep on hearing this is feminine working to build into the context of relationships that are built upon appreciation not proof. And so I think for a lot of that energy, that is the amplification of the shape of that work. And I keep on seeing it's not easy, but it's energetically important, because that is the difference between feminine feeling like they're constantly in a space by which they're navigating the demands of others, versus the energy that feels the sense of someone energetically taking care of them. For a non-binary energy right now, Nine of Swords and it's upright. And that's what I keep on seeing. I feel like that's the energy that I keep on hearing when we talk about the space of the feeling or the need to prove the self. This is the energy that says, like, I just keep on seeing that energy that articulates upon, I keep on seeing comparison is the thief of joy. And there's nothing uglier than when another person, I keep on hearing the observation that there's nothing uglier than seeing the modality by which another person is just trying to energetically survive. And then another person looks at them and says, how's that bliss going? Right? Because entitlement, right? Entitlement is the sound of seeing someone operating from a state of need and assuming that it is choice. And so I keep on seeing that with a lot of those relationships or a lot of those situations, the ability to effectively recognize or identify that, it's almost like the energy that articulates in relationality to feeling the energetic, it's energy that prioritizes their, it's energy that prioritizes their space, because it is the space that is energetically respective of another person. I keep hearing it's the energy that is respective of another person, building into the consideration point of what another person has energetically gone through, is what I keep on seeing. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy working through those capacities or circumstances or situations, there's catharsis there. But it almost feels like, I keep on hearing it's the catharsis that's built upon or based upon energetic productivity. I keep on seeing it's just the energy that works even harder. I keep on seeing it works even harder to be able to resolve the fact that that is something that they experience on the daily. And I keep on seeing that's also the energy that builds into appreciation with counterpart that observes that as well. That is where we find all of the energy today. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving these readings. If you would like to book a personal reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a personal reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the judgment card. That class will be available today. If you would like to become a part of or have access to those classes, all you need to do is head over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. It's not necessary to be able to catch up. I'll do my best to give you an update on everything that we've studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the over 20 hours worth of classes, you will not only we have a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best advantage moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I try to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also want to let you guys know that on top of I also would like to invite you guys to a very special retreat that I'll be hosting this August, where we will be journeying to the location by which the tarot was first discovered to sharpen our tarot skills. Please join me in a retreat. There will be traveling to Florence, Rome, and Tuscany. We'll be studying the tarot, but not just the tarot, understanding the cultural context of the time by which we discovered the tarot in that location to understand what allowed the cards to effectively thrive in the culture that we find that they were discovered in. If you're interested in learning more about that retreat, all you need to do is head on over to my stack to learn more. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I also want to I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Bridget. You got the highest gifter today. And thank you so much, Nikki. You came in second, so you will have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the 4th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Thank you guys so much for all of the beautiful gifts during the live. I appreciate you. Yesterday, I know the nostalgia right now, it's going to get easier. When these planets move out of Pisces, there will be less nostalgia. Sending you support, Nikki. And thank you someday for the follow. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. I need to make 55 presents magically appear. Oh my God, in 72 hours? Oh Lord. Estevan, oh dear. I'm sending you so much support on that. Go ahead and post something about it in the mutual aid section if you need help over on the stack. I'm okay. Okay. Absolutely. That's a good idea. Thank you guys for supporting each other. Yeah, definitely been there. I actually feel much worse now. Yeah, I was on an angel. Oh, that's beautiful, Bridget. Take my feelings away. I can't. I can't. I'm here to help you with them, dear. Yes, Billy, I've got you on the list, and you're the first person we're reading for today. Thank you for the help, Bridget. I'm okay with that. Everyone is stressing. People will give what they can if they can. Absolutely. I don't think, let's be correct here. I don't think masculine always wants to be babied. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. If anything right now, I feel like the funny thing about it is I feel like a lot of feminine energy. I feel like this is like this is feminine energy that's like working through this space. Like I feel like this is almost like feminine being like, when does feminine's like, when do I get to be is what we're seeing here, if anything. Yeah. No, I've got you on the list, Billy. And did you go ahead and put your question? Did you go, so I think I asked, were you able to post the dream that you sent me over to the disco? Because I can't read it. I can't read it in the space by which you sent it to me. I need you to post it in the disco, or I need you to email it to me. Excellent. For real, though. Yes. Fuego. Oh, yep. I'll take it. Absolutely. Thank you. Hi there, Selena. Welcome. Doing the work. awkward. It is awkward. It's only awkward because it's unfamiliar, but it's always awkward. Free is the word of the day. I like that. I love that. Absolutely. And thank you guys for being here and receiving these messages. Healthy cynicism, not being cynical or divisive. Tap to claim. I'm so glad that this is hitting. Thank you for being here. And Paul, thank you for the follow. Chiron and you have beef. You know, depending on the placement of where Chiron in your chart is, you know, like there's definitely, it's like raise your hand if you've been personally affected by Chiron. And thank you for sharing the live, BB. Always appreciate it. Thank you as well, Billy. Really appreciate when you guys share the live. No doubt. Yes, the distorted love. People, I don't want to state the fact that there is a tendency to navigate emotional immaturity, but I keep on hearing the compassion we give to each other is the maturity that we bring with us in the realm of relationships and the space of the emotions. Yeah, continue to keep working on the self. Tap to claim, Kim. Absolutely. And thank you as well, Sabina and BB. Absolutely. Thank you. We listen and we don't judge. Exactly, Ryan. Let's go, masculine. And Rita, thank you for the follow. Mario, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And thank you so much for the follow, Aman. Exactly. What are you going to do? How are you doing? Good. Oh, hold on a minute. Nope, I did not mean to pin that. I meant to mute it. Guys, just a reminder not to PM those asking you to PM them. Make sure the true readers will not ask you to, I didn't mean to pin that. How do I unpin? True readers will not ask you to reach out to them for a reading. I know, I like that devil in its reversal. Yep. What do they have to make all the gifts for at the top of someone's head? Oh, I know, the penguin. I don't know. What a week it's been. How are you doing today, Blue Virgo? It's been a minute. How are you doing today? Deep breaths. And just a reminder to anybody who is interested in, who is a super fan, who has not had access to the super fan only disco yet, if you'd like access, just message me a disco gift. If you are interested in a coupon code on the classes, if you're not a subscriber, because there's a larger one in the disco, message me the word class. And if you'd like information on our trip, just message me the word trip. Appreciation, not proof, that part. Thank you, good. Grand Rising, Natalie. That was outstanding. Oh, I'm so glad that it connected, BB. Thank you as well. Encore, and looking forward to our reading. Yep, I've got you on the list, Billy. Oh, yeah, who wants to be roommates in Italy? And guys, there's only a little bit of time left if you want to secure that discount. So make sure if you want to get in on the trip that you do so sooner rather than later. No, Koopy is actually, Koopy sent the baby dragon. So Koopy has a reading coming through. Yep. I mean, it's hard. So and this is what we always try to articulate. So the space, I mean, we can resolve this because it's hard when the baby dragon comes through, because this is why we always say that typically we wait till after the giveaway to do the baby dragon gift, because if not, it's hard to see who gets the highest gifter. So just keeping that in mind too, going forward. Yeah. Avatar, can I use the 50K win from Tuesday? I got you, dear. 1 second, please. You said it was Tuesday? Bear with me. Tuesday. Thursday, Friday. Well, I don't see it. It wasn't this Tuesday because we didn't have a 50K reader, a winner. Oh, Avatar, are you sure you didn't have that reading already? Because I've got it marked off. Oh, Wednesday. It was Wednesday. Okay, thank you. Okay. Sorry, I had to, okay, I found it. Thank you, dear. Okay, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 5th person read for. Perfect. And if anybody else is on the hold list who would like to be added back to the list, you can do so as well. How are you doing today, Nicholas? Exactly. When do I get to be the baby? It's in the disco. Thank you, Billy. I appreciate that. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, if you guys are looking for roommates for the trip, make sure that you're communicating. Just communicate with one another over the disco. Absolutely. Excellent. Yes. Yeah, we got to grab some of those individuals talking about the 5K. And Johnny, thank you for the follow, dear. Okay. Thank you, Avatar. Hi there, Apostle. Ava, do I have you on the list? Did you get on the list, dear? I apologize if I missed you. Did you get on the list today? Just send me the just tell me where you sent the donation, and I'll be happy to confirm that you're on the list. Can I give my reading to Nikki? Yeah, you can absolutely do that. Wonderful. Thank you, Bridget. Okay, Nikki, you are also on the list for today, and you will be the 4th person read for. I think that was the day. No, I got you, dear. Yeah, that was the day. It was this week. You're welcome. No, you have nothing to apologize for. Yes, I've got you on the list as well then. Are you? That's wonderful. I'd love it if you guys came, but make sure that you get on the, make sure that you send sooner rather than later. So, who's Chris? Amazing. Just kidding. All right, my friends, as I mentioned, we're going to get started. The first person on, but Ava, can you just confirm for me? Did you send the donation? I just need the initial of the place that you sent the donation. Okay. All right. We're going to get started. The first person we're reading for, oh, thank you, dear. All right, I've added you. And if anybody else wants to get on the list today, you will be the 7th person read for. All right. The first person we're reading for today is Billy, and we're going to be doing a dream interpretation. All right. Before we continue, though, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, the list is open. You will be the 7th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'll read the list right now for those who are joining us. The list we have right now is Billy, Beatty, Bridget, Nikki, Avatar, and Ava. All right. Our potato, yes. All right, and I'm just pulling up here. If you're interested in getting on the list, we do here dream interpretation, highest priority messages from spirit, love readings, life path readings, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If you have information you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life that you would like more information on, you can include that in the notes when you send the donation. You can also include it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channel. All right. Oh, I'm so glad, Sissy. Thank you so much for the compliment on the dream interpretation. It was absolutely my pleasure. Okay. And I'm just pulling up. Before we continue, we are going to be doing an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blackbird. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. Yeah, I know the potato makes me smile too, Avatar. All right, and I'm going to pin up, I'm just going to pin up Billy here, if I can find Billy. Thank you for that gift, Sissy. Basically an air dragon. Amazing. All right, Billy, if you're here, can you just comment so I can make sure that you're still here before we get started? Hey there. Okay, perfect. And this is outside tea, I assume? Got it. All right. The dream, and confirming it's outside tea, are you comfortable with me reading out loud, or is this something you want me to keep personal? Yes, thank you. Okay, perfect. The dream begins with me at my parents' house, not their current one, but a bigger one, like a mini mansion. In the home was my mom, dad, and two brothers. Also, there was a girl I had a brief summer fling with, her mom, and her female cousin, whom I'd never met in real life. Note, I'm in no contact with my entire family, and the girl I had a fling with attempted to do a love spell on me in a short time we dealt with each other. I cut her off cold turkey. In the dream, I was initially annoyed because I didn't want to be there with people I no longer associated with. However, I remained cordial. The atmosphere and environment was one of home for a family cookout, just vibes. In the dream, it was assumed the summer fling and I were romantically together, and her mom and cousin were just visiting us at the event hosted by my family. Then, during the course of the cookout, I ate a small personal bag of chips, original potato chips. After I finished, I looked around to find the fling girl, her mom, and cousin were gone. My mom then called me over to retwist my hair, which was odd because I cut my locks, and in the dream this is confirmed because I had a low cut. However, she attempted to do a lock extension that wouldn't stay attached. But interestingly, once she touched my hair, my mood changed from annoyance to love for my family. It was like I was watching the dream as a spectator, cognizant of the fact that I don't talk to them, but also a character the dream could feel the emotions of my dream self. Almost like I was both in the dream physically, feeling everything, while also observing and aware of my true feelings outside simultaneously. I then got up from her doing my hair when she couldn't get my lock extension to attach, and left to look for the fling girl and her mother and cousin, but they had left the house. Once that was confirmed, I didn't care to look for them further. And then I woke up. Can I get 4 cards, please? Highest priority messages. Oh, 5 actually. Thank you. So it's a dream from the higher self. And it's a dream from the higher self that's helping you to effectively heal from circumstances or situations by which another person had not healed from their own trauma enough to be in the space by which they could love you well. And in order to understand this dream, we have to understand the nature of what we've been discussing in relationality to what our love feels like, right? It's not enough to love someone. The modality by which we work to heal ourselves is such so that our love, when we apply it to another, actually feels like love. Because when we haven't done the work to heal our love, we can care about someone more than anyone on the planet to the detriment of that person. Imagine a situation where you care about someone more than anyone on the planet, and it's to the energetic detriment of the individual that you care about, because the way that they experience your love feels like anything other than the expression of the fact that they articulate that they care about us. This is often why we talk about the unhealthy aspect of love being articulated by coveting. And the original meaning of coveting is the space by which you try to energetically control another, right? The space by which you energetically work to cover them, as it were. And in the space by which you articulate that you're doing something for their own energetic good. Now, what we effectively see that's occurring in these modalities or these experiences are situations by which you have a lot of karmic relationships here. damaged karmic relationships. And what's hard about a damaged karmic relationship is we don't necessarily sometimes feel angry about them. We feel pain, we feel sorrow, but the energy that we're effectively seeing, and this is why we can identify this as the higher self coming towards you in the dream space, is being able to recognize or identify the ideal environment by which you could energetically find these karmics that would allow you the context by which they could be able to enter your life again, right? And I need to point this out. You know that you're not carrying a hard feeling, right? You know that the bitterness is not coming from you. If you can dream about a world where it would be energetically possible if and only if another person would set about doing the work to energetically make the changes necessary so that their love felt like love. And I can imagine that this is probably a very painful dream to experience, because what do we see that we have here? First, we have a fling, a situation where there were the startings of love that was occurring, right? Something beautiful was potentially taking shape between you and another person. But what potentially happened? You articulated the space by which they energetically ruined it. And how did they energetically ruin it? They tried to amplify or articulate upon the fact that they tried to put some kind of application of energetic control upon the relationship, right? You articulated the fact by which you identified the space by which you felt that they were trying to put some kind of energetic spell on you. Now, regardless as to the space or the place by which that energetically occurred, the space by which you felt like that was an energetic violation, I would not be surprised if that was the context by which you effectively moved away from someone. But the implication point of the fact that somebody cared about you to such a capacity, right? The modality by which another person, right? It's not the space by which another person was trying to effectively identify what they could to effectively bring forth that sense of energetic love towards you, right? You're seeing even here the context by which you're articulating upon the space by which you are navigating in relationality. Now, I need to stress this, and this is important, in relationality to the context by which you're talking about that previous relationship. You keep on identifying it as a fling, right? And this is what you need to take into consideration in relationality to the context of the relationships going forward. Okay? If you're articulating that something is a fling, then you're articulating the fact that you saw that there was an energetic endpoint to it, right? The ability to effectively identify something as a fling is articulated in something that is encapsulated. And that's why you were eating a bag of potato chips that were only for you. Because what the higher self is showing you in the context that you saw that the person you cared about was there with their family, right? And the fact that you're saying, oh, it's just a fling, it's just a bag of potato chips. It's something that we enjoy, but we're not going to have forever, right? It's just a limited engagement. Did that person recognize that you saw it as a limited engagement? Because why is their family there, right? This is why it's really important we build healthy relationships by making sure that we're energetically aware of what it is that we're trying to manifest with one another. The capacity to be able to articulate upon it. And so in the first part of this dream, we're seeing the modality by which you may have recognized the confusion, something that energetically ended, not because of a lack of love, but because somebody was trying to get you to love them more, trying to turn that energetic fling, that bag of potato chips, into a family, right? So this is effectively the higher self trying to show you the capacity by which another person was trying to do something to you, right? The question, and here's the nice thing about a guide never says how you should experience it. A guide never tells you what to do. A guide shows you things to be able to potentially understand further what it is that you're working to fix within the self, versus what it is that you're working to heal from. So in the modality by which the lesson of that karmic situation, understanding, did they know that you were treating the relationship like a bag of chips? Was that something that was energetically clear to you? Or was the space by which you set the expectation one? Because I keep on getting, if you told them it was a bag of chips, I assure you that they probably wouldn't have brought their family towards you in that mentality. The second one is showing what is outside of your capacity to heal. And that is the space by which you identify the force of your mother working on your hair, right? Now, what's beautiful about the space by which when we touch each other's hair, it's energetically precious, right? It's the space by which we care for one another is often amplified and articulated upon the space that we want to do each other's hair, right? We want each other to look like our best self. And I want to point this out. This is showing the work that would potentially be required, and you can see the fact that it's proportional, right? It wouldn't require them to entirely heal. It would require you to be able to have to see things in a different perspective as well. And this is, again, we're not articulating upon what has happened in that relationship. I don't know. But we see here the understanding of someone who would recognize and identify that the space by which they try to add extensions to your hair is the observation of the fact that something about the way that you choose to carry yourself or appear isn't what they aspired or desired or expected you to be. But the modality by which we care about one another is the space by which they would not want to effectively change your hair, but would ask you how you would like your hair to be, right? Not being like, come here, let me just fix that for you, right? The space by which you're saying, I want it like this. And another person saying, no, 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 it can't be like that, right? Like that is the shape of the trauma that is potentially happening between you and them. Is them saying, why do you look like that? Or why are you why are you carrying yourself in a certain way? And you saying, because I like to have it this way. It's not a mistake. I'm an embodiment of what I aspire to be. So I feel like that's the modality by which it's showing you the level or degree of the healing that is required there, while also potentially helping you recognize the circumstances or situations by which if another person, and this is what's important about it, if these are modalities by which another person sees us the way we choose to be, and they say, I can't love you like that, get out of my sight, then that is often an uncurable wound, right? The modality by which we say to another person, if you love me, you'll take me as I am, which is the space by which we say to another person, so long as something about myself does not come at the space of which I'm trying to hurt you with it, it should be something that is energetically supported. This is how we create sanctuary in relationship. The ability of understanding the difference between the love that would effectively accept, right? Just come into the acceptance that you don't like your energetic hair like that, as it were, right? And being good, right? Not being like, I don't understand it, but I accept it. Like that would be the modality of you being able to be patient with someone, because they probably would still have questions, right? They would probably have those energetic questions. They'd be like, why? But as long as you can have the patience to navigate their why, right? Then that's the modality by which there's something there that can be healed. The thing that cannot be healed is when somebody articulates or says something so mortifying, right? Those modalities by which another person says something that's so energetically mortifying that it feels like it's too painful, or they're not holding us in a state of empathy, right? The difference between, they're seeing even now, they're showing the proportionality between your own patience, like the identification of what you can accept and the fact that you have patience. And they're showing here in the dream space, you have patience, because if someone kept on articulating, oh, it looked good like this, and you're like, not really, then that's you having the proportionality of patience, because you recognize that it's not you taking it personally, but being understanding, versus those modalities or situations that say, do this or else, or I can't bear to see you like that, or even worse, being able to articulate or compare like something in the space by which they see you that feels like it's energetically mortifying or devastating. And I need to point this out because this brings us to And I feel like the modality, and this is what's beautiful about your higher self, the higher self is helping you look at situations or circumstances to assess if there's still the possibility of healing there, right? Because the hard part with karmic relationships is the way that we heal karmic relationships is either understanding and saying that's never going to change, right? There's something fundamental by which I can't change. The first one would potentially give indications like that. If you and another person have very different manifestation goals, the ability to articulate and say we want the same thing, we want different things, is enough to effectively heal, but also understanding that your responsibility going forward would be to make sure that there isn't confusion in relationality to what you're building forth with another. While with the space of the parent, it's articulating to you the shape by which another person can be accepting, right? But even in the space by which they would have to come into a space of acceptance, it would require that effective degree of patience that you would have to have at every moment, understanding that they'd always be in a space of being like, you'd look nice if you'd be like, I like this, I like this, I like this, right? The gentle care of someone giving us advice, encouragement, versus someone saying, I cannot bear to see you this way. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah. And again, the important thing that we articulate, particularly with karmic dreams of this nature, is it's not the higher self, like the higher self and the guides don't judge. They reveal. They show us things so that we can reach higher degrees of healing in the present context. So I feel like, especially with the Five of Swords in its reversal, like the understanding and the recognition between what was in your capacity to change as it relates to a relationship versus what was required to be energetically accepted in order to navigate or endure one. And I keep on seeing, particularly in the first one, like if there's different manifestation goals, there's nothing that would only create further rift, right? But it's showing you your energetic responsibility to prevent that energetic cycle repeating in a different way going forward. While for the energy that of the relationship with in the familial system, it's helping you understand what the shape or nature of the change that would have to occur in a person would be in order to be able to facilitate something that would require, that could become healthy. But even in the space by which it could become healthy, it might never be ultimately perfect. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Billy. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yes. Thank you as well for receiving these messages, and thank you for supporting each other in the comments. I didn't feel pain in the dream. My spectator self was neutral. Excellent. Thank you. I don't know how to explain it. My dream self felt annoyance and then love, but my spectator self was observant and neutral. That would be giving indications that it was the higher self that you were viewing circumstances or situations from. Yep. It was weird. First time experiencing a dream from 2 perspectives. Yeah, because you were experiencing, it was the higher self showing you something in relationality to the path work in terms of what it is you're working to heal right now. Viva, my daughter fell asleep last night with me playing with her hair. Oh, that's beautiful, dear. It is personal. Absolutely. This is a great interpretation. Thank you, Billy. Here, let's fix this. Love is accepting and acceptance. Yes. Yeah, you can't come back from certain things like that. I cried while I was birthing my daughter, and they told me she had hair. Oh, that's beautiful, Viva. Then my second baby was bald. Oh, no, I didn't want a bald baby. Oh, it's okay. They're all beautiful. They all just come out in different ways. How you doing today, Kelly? Great message. Thank you, Viva. Love, courage, strength, patience, acceptance, and accountability. 5 of Swords was the bottom of the deck, Billy. Thank you for that. Thank you, Bill, Viva. Thank you. I do my best. It was really layered. Excellent. The familial line was very, yeah, I mean, sending you support there. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is BB. BB, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. Thank you, dear. And if anybody else wants to get on the list today, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks and my Lio, please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Excellent. All right. Second call right now for BB. Second call right now for BB. All right, if BB had to step away, we're also at 25. Oh, hi, dear. Can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? We're also at 25K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. We've got another dream interpretation in the disco. Before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the swan. Thank you so much for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up BB here. Guys, make sure to give BB some love. Also a great reader. Make sure to give some support. Readers supporting readers. Hashtag readers supporting readers. Excellent. All right. Oh, this is going to be fun. Hold on a minute. This is outside tea, I assume. And secular, thank you for the follow, dear. Yes. Okay. I had a dream. I was a vampire fighting other vampires to be approved by a queen vampire. This dream was very violent and gory. Lots of flying and destruction. And I ended up destroying all the vampires in competition and becoming king vampire. I felt fear a lot in this dream, like intense fear. I think I even cried in this dream. In this dream, I felt a lot of pain killing other vampires and also being hurt during the battles. I then felt controlled by the queen vampire. After I won, I was ordering other vampires to go on vampire missions. This was a fragment dream, and some parts I can't remember. Curious to see the energy around this dream fragment. I got it. 4 cards, please. Yeah. 2. 3, 4. Thank you. It's karmic. Everybody with the karmic dreams right now. So the dream itself is helping you heal from relationships by which it constantly felt like you were having to defend your place within the relationship. A healthy relationship is built and based upon prioritization. And the thing about prioritization is one by which we understand, recognize, and amplify that regardless of the other relationships in our life, we energetically prioritize in the context of understanding and recognizing what feels like it is most important to us, right? The healthy relationship has an unquestionable prioritization point. This is the energetic dedication that we give to one another. However, when we're not in healthy relationship, it can feel like we're constantly feeling the need to effectively stake our energetic claim in the relationship. And the modality by which we constantly feel that we have to pervasively stake our energetic claim in the relationship is why the karmic healing is coming through as vampiric, right? Because it's a space that keeps you in a modality of incredibly high anxiety, right? You said it felt like every single moment you were having to effectively earn your place. And that even when you were finally in the modality by which you had that placement, right? You had to defeat all of these other energetic vampires. You then felt like you were being energetically controlled by the counterpart, right? Because you were being effectively ordered to energetically do things. And so we see that even here, this is the amplification or articulation point in relationality to what you yourself are effectively working through or working to effectively do in a better fashion. Now, the thing we keep on seeing is, I feel like the reason that a dream is coming towards you like this is, and I think that this is important because, and I need to stress this, and this is the problem with karmic, this is the problem with karmic energy. Vampirism is energetically contagious, okay? So the same thing, and this is a problem, and this is the shape of trauma. The space by which you articulated that was something that you learned to do, right? That's something that you felt like, in the space by which you're having the dream is the space by which you energetically experience it. Something that you literally went through. This dream. I keep on hearing this dream is not a dream. This is how it felt to be in a relationship, right? This is how it felt to be in an energetic relationship. The space by which it felt like you had to claw your way into somebody's heart. And then in the space by which you got into the heart, you then had to sit there and work fastidiously to not only work into the context of the energetic demands of the self, but working into the feeling of doing things not from a place of one desiring to, but more feeling like one was doing something at the instruction or behest of someone in the relationship. A lot of that do this or else kind of energy that we have in an unhealthy relationship context. I keep on seeing that those are the modalities or experiences by which you're working to recognize and identify what that same quality is, what you're working to energetically release now. Because that type of energy, right? Imagine bringing that type of energy into a healthy relationship, right? What happens in a modality by which instead of being surrounded by vampires, you're just surrounded by people, nice people, like friendly people, right? What happens in the modality by which, again, instead of being in the modality of somebody that says, like, prove to me that you want it, that you've earned your spot in terms of being my counterpart, versus somebody like being in the modality of just having energy around them, right? The harmlessness of effective energetic connections. And the hard part about it, what happens with vampiric energy, right? The space by which, if you don't work to heal it, you will become that in the next energetic relationship, right? Because I guarantee you that what was happening in that counterpart energy, the counterpart energy you were with, thought that you were the energetic vampire, okay? Right? It's a mirroring modality, right? The modality by which another person came towards you out of a sense of fear, right? The anxiety of potentially navigating the space by which they didn't think that you were energetically prioritizing them. So what would they do? They were like, I'm out of here. I'm going to go find somebody else. If you're not going to take care of me, I'm going to go find someone better, right? They thought that you were the vampire. You guys were mirroring each other, right? Fear brings out fear. And the vampiric relationship, what's so painful about it is the energy always assumes that the other person is the energetic vampire, right? And where is it? Where is it? The sound of someone saying, if you don't treat me nice, I'm out of here, is the sound of the unhealthy relationship, right? Whenever there is an or else, the relationship becomes vampiric. Because when we're working into healthy partnership, we're building into the context of the happy medium, right? We work towards mutual happiness, right? We don't try to have one-upsmanship on who is more energetically upset, or worse, the modality or the space by which we articulate. And this is the most important thing about recognizing a vampiric relationship. The sound of someone saying, right, I only did that because I was hurt. When energy articulates and says, I did that because I was hurt, it gives it gives the brain permission to do energetically anything, right? If you articulate to the brain, if you say your brain is an amazing little machine, if you articulate to the brain and say, I did that when I was hurt, you just put a program in your brain. You will become the most sensitive person on the planet. You will find pain where pain did not exist, because you just told your brain that finding pain is a permission to let your ego go wild. So I feel like this is effectively helping you navigate or understand the shape of the trauma, not just from the space of helping you heal, right? It's saying to me it's a trifold healing, okay? It's the healing of the self, right? Working through the conditions of what you experienced with another person, working through their trauma, the fact that they went through trauma that made them see that modality by which they felt like they had to come towards you in a space of energetic competition, so that you can begin to release and to heal from the fact that maybe they weren't in the space of trying to be horrible. Maybe they themselves went through something like that and they did not work to heal it, and they brought it into what would have been a healthy relationship with you because they could not let go of their fear, and their fear energetically ruined it. And your higher self is showing this to you to say, make sure you don't bring that energy into the healthy relationship, because that will be the sound of you energetically turning any relationship that you find going forward into that, because you're carrying the fear of what you experienced there into the healthy space. And that will effectively energetically affect the healthy space, and you'll have the whole thing energetically play out again. Bottom of the deck on this reading, Death card. The hardest part of healing from situations like this is it feels like you need to do the exact same thing you did that caused conflict in the past relationship. If there was a price to being honest, you have to be honest again. If you tried to be vulnerable, you have to be vulnerable again. It's going to feel like you're walking right off a cliff. Because the modality by which you try to bring somebody a point of authenticity and they reacted with fear and volatility, when you do that again, you give the universe the opportunity to say, now I get to show you what that would have been like with someone who cared about you. Now I get to show you what would have occurred in the space by which you give someone the benefit of the doubt. Now I get to show you what trust feels like. But the only way you get to try on trust is by doing the thing that caused trust to be broken in the first place. It stinks. It stinks. It's hard. It feels painful. But that is what it's going to feel like every step of the way. Because every time you articulate and say, there was nothing wrong in me being honest, beyond another person experiencing my honesty from a space of fear, you give the opportunity of that modality not to be the moment where everything becomes violent, but when everything begins to heal. So give yourself patience in that modality. Notice when you start moving into that mindset, the guides are giving you that dream so you can isolate the feeling, right? And when you start feeling like that in healthy relationship, you can work to dispel it, not allow it to overtake. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards. I keep on hearing, don't mistake vampires in harmless energy, right? That's how the whole thing begins. Thank you so much again for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And we're also at 31.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And Sheriff, thank you for the follow. And Brittany, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Paige, thank you for the follow as well. Sorry, I'm just reading over the comments. Yes. My subconscious is, I don't think your subconscious is nuts at all. I think your subconscious is very, I feel like your higher self is doing a lot of work to help to energetically protect you and to help you heal from something. Chills. Thank you, Viva. Oh my God. I don't think it's you, Nikki. All right. I knew it. I'm just not me. Yep. Absolutely. A new Twilight series. Yeah. Paige, thank you for the follow. Definitely reminds me of past partnerships. I loved how you used to use steak with Vampire Dream. No, well, that's what's important about it. So anxious. And thank you, Brittany, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. It's definitely allegorical. That's so true. We end up energetically stooping to keep up. Exactly. Which is why we don't match energy, right? That's how you end up in a relationship like that. And now I'm not around vamps. Exactly. Don't turn me. I'm unlearning to, yeah, exactly. You're unlearning to be a vampire. Oh my good Lord. Yep. It does. It takes training and discipline. Exactly. Most def. That's what happens. So sending you support, dear. Isn't it the easy way out? I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Nicole. I know. I can see why the dream would make you sad. You know, it's a sad dream. Every part of that dream, it's like it's a dream that just gets worse instead of better. Is what I keep on saying. Yeah, it's like once you finish, like once you overcome something, and then what are you doing in the space by which you're working to overcome it? You're then trying to work into the space of holding, trying to energetically secure something. I just spilled. Oh, that's wild, BB. That's so true. Yeah, pain isn't permission to let the ego go wild. Sending you support, Nicole. Oh, I do my best, BB. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I just took a leap of faith. Sending you support on that journey, Nicole. I hope you find the healing that you need. Yes, this is someone else's dream. Thank you, guys, for supporting each other in the comments. Vita, I'm not sure what you're asking that you couldn't follow, dear. Thank you, dear. I appreciate it. All right. Oh, and again, apologize for those who keep on coming in. Just a reminder, anyone who's a legitimate reader will not ask you to message them for a reading. All right. I'm in awe of how I thank you so much, Avatar. I do my best. And thank you as well, Dare. Yeah, it kept getting worse. Well, again, here's to relationships that only get better. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question that you would like me to answer. And we're also at 32.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Also, for anyone who is a subscriber who would like to get access to our subscriber only disco channel, just message me a disco gift and I'll be happy to add you to it. If you are interested as well in learning, getting a coupon code to our class program, Superfans have a bigger one in the disco, but if you'd like a discount to the class program, message me the word class. And if you would like to learn more about the trip that we have planned in August, message me the word trip. Excellent. All right. And I've got you, Bridget, on the disco. One moment, please. Under general, thank you. All right. All right, perfect. And one moment. Before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the adder. Thank you, guys. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And I'm going to pin up Bridget here. Make sure to give Bridget some love. How are you doing today, Allison? Over on the place where we keep the photos. Just a reminder, if you're joining us on the other platforms, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has binks in it in my bio. Okay. And outside tea. Lately, I've been feeling very nostalgic. Old memories, old feelings, that familiar emotional pull keeps coming up. But it doesn't stay there too long. It shifts into this really strong feeling of already being in a committed partnership. Almost like I'm married to someone energetically, even though I know that probably sounds wild. Because of that, I have zero desire to be on dating apps. It's not that I don't want a relationship, it's actually the opposite. It feels like I'm already with someone. So there's no urge to go looking or swiping. Dating online just doesn't make sense to me. Can I have 2 cards on how the nostalgia energy and the partnership energy are working together rather than against each other? And 2 cards on where this feeling of already being in partnership comes from, and whether this sense of partnership is shared or if I'm holding it on my own. 4 cards, please. I mean, I feel this is the sound of you healing and being ready for a healthy relationship. Everything that I'm energetically identifying here seems to be articulating upon the fact, and I need to point this out. You're feeling the energetic nostalgia, and nostalgia. This is all signs that you're healing. First of all, nostalgia is a good thing because nostalgia is the sound of looking back on the past and saying it doesn't hurt anymore. Right? The modality or the experience by which we hold energetic nostalgia towards things is the space by which we can look back upon something and not feel the energetic pain, but being able to see, right? And I feel like the reason you're getting some of that nostalgia right now is it's helping you identify the things in the past that felt like you liked, right? making sure, I keep on hearing, making sure that you navigate that feeling of nostalgia with a sense of proportionality. Because I keep on getting the way that we help calibrate nostalgia is the space by which we look back and say it wasn't all sunshine or rainbows, because if it was, you'd still be there. That those are the effective pinpoints that are helping you identify what the new energetic relationship is going to be like. Further, in the space by which you find yourself currently, I feel like this is a sign that the next relationship is not one that you'll be entering from a lack space, right? You're not going to be looking for somebody to energetically make you feel whole. And often what happens is when we enter a relationship from a personal lack space, we often find ourselves unsatisfied in partnership, because that feeling of lack, the feeling that finding a relationship is going to complete us, no relationship on the planet creates the feeling of completion within us. We need to feel complete in ourselves to feel energetically complete in partnership. So I feel like I see some kind of modality or experience by which one is effectively energetically working towards. And I keep on seeing something about that modality of working through something. I just keep on seeing that you effectively energetically facilitating upon that work, something in relationality to you building into the context of feeling that sense of energetic stability. I just keep on seeing that a lot of that work that we see that's happening there is the amplification of what it is that you're working to let go of. Now, in relationality to, I feel like we see the hard part here, which is you've effectively got the ick, right? A healthy manifestation goal sometimes gives us the ick in relationality to what we energetically have to navigate in order to find it. So what I really want you focusing on doing right now is I want you making sure that every day you take some time to write down what the ideal relationship would be like for you right now. Right? You're already in the energy that you're going to effectively find partnership in. The only thing effectively missing, I keep wondering, the only thing effectively missing for you right now is the embodiment of it, right? So, and I don't want you getting too focused or fixated in relationality to what that looks like. Okay, I want you to articulate upon what it feels like, right? I want you to articulate upon what the individual would be like, what your day-to-day would look like how you would energetically interact. Because that modality or that experience by which you're able to effectively amplify and articulate what you're working to do right now is you're effectively working to energetically manifest that feeling. And a lot of the work that you have to do in relationality to doing that right now is potentially amplified by being able to allow the context of saying, and I want you to think about this, when you go into those spaces, I want you to go into them not saying, here we go again, right? I want you to go into them saying, surprise me, right? I want you to go into them with a feeling of excitement. I want you to go into them with a feeling of saying, show me how good it can be, right? That modality or that mentality of not building into the frustration or the energetic cynicism, but rather navigating or experiencing something with a sense of healthy optimism. I feel like that modality or that experience by which you're working to be energetically productive, but I keep on getting not only not only energetically productive, but also being able to feel the excitement. What we need you to do is, you've got all the other pieces there, right? You've got all the other pieces there. What you need to work on is adding, I keep wondering, instead of adding a little bit of spice, you need to add a little bit of excitement, right? Maybe like maybe even tell yourself, like, for, I keep on hearing, like, give yourself a prize on like the other side of building into the space of energetically engaging. Like, tell yourself, like, look, I'm gonna go in, like, I'm gonna go in there, like, I'm gonna go in there, right? And regardless, I'm going to do something nice for myself on the other side of it, right? What you want to do is, you want to make sure that you're carrying the same, and that's why I said, make sure, almost like writing down what that ideal relationship is before you go on there, because you want to carry that feeling of energetic excitement in relationality, not feeling the frustration in what you're finding. But I want you to think more like you're on a scouting mission, right? You're on a mission. You are scouting. You are looking for that perfect energetic embodiment. You are looking for that perfect person. You know that they're energetically there, because if you feel it, you know it's real, right? You can't feel things that aren't energetically real. So this is the sound of you healing it. And I keep on hearing, like, the only thing that you need, that you're working on healing right now, is your cynicism in relationality to what you're effectively expecting to find there. Bottom of the deck on this reading. You know, if you know, the fact that it's like this is what we talk about, right? The problem with some manifestations is that the sound of saying it's not working, like, that's the song that you're going to be singing when you find it, right? Especially when we only have one manifestation goal. If it only takes one, then the song you will be singing when you find it is, this is not working. This is not working. Nothing is happening. But that's also good, because that is also the sound of you becoming more energetically discerning, right? If you know what it is you're looking for, that is you coming into an experience with a refined sense of understanding, right? And that refinement is going to create more energetic distaste in relationality to what you recognize is not it. So I want you to understand, I want you to embrace, right? I want you to embrace some of that energetic ick. But I keep on seeing, make sure the ick is fortified in the space by which one has to move towards something, not in the energy that you're finding there, right? Not building into this space. Like, it's saying to me, like, the space by which you work towards. Like, it's giving me, like, I want you to look at something with, like, it's like the impress me. It's like the space by which, and I want you to understand this too. And the reason you have to do this, and I want you to understand this, the person that's for you feels the exact same way about it. The person that's for you feels exactly the same way about it. What would you have them do? What would you have them do about that feeling? Right? Go down, like, get that pen and paper, write that pep talk to them, which is also for you, and then get to work. Is what I keep on hearing. roll up those sleeves, okay? That is the sound, like, that is the sound of you digging each other, is what I keep on hearing. It's the sound of you digging each other by moving through something to be able to find, like, to find one another. And I keep on seeing the space by which you're just like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to do this, right? Like, I keep on hearing, what is your counterpart saying? I don't care. Keep digging. Right? Like, I don't want to do this. I'm tired. Keep digging. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list The list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right, and we're also at 33K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting my reading back to the collective, so make sure you're topping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right. Yeah, the last relationship. Hold on a moment. Yes, it doesn't hurt, but I don't want it back. Exactly. I'm pretty sure the hind is missing. It is not missing from your deck. Thank you for the compliment, Nicole. Yeah, the last relationship came in when I felt ready, but I wasn't really open to it. But this is, I keep on hearing, like, this is you working through the reasons why. Yes, continue to manifest. That does, what does it look like energetically? It's more of a feeling. I like that, but more, yes. You see, and again, Nikki's articulating that they wrote theirs out too before they met their counterpart. They will make me feel supported. I think that's why I feel like it's here already. Well, that's what I mean. Like, you're embodying the energy that by which you'll find them. They will make me laugh. I love that. I've been doing this for the past year. Do it again. Like Nikki. I feel like Nikki's channeling. I feel like Nikki is channeling your counterpart. Do it again. I love it. Oh, good to see you channeling. So good to see you guys. Make sure to give channeling some love. Also a great reader as well. Reading supporting readers, hashtag. Yes, the excitement is lacking because I've been told for 15 years now this person is coming. But now I'm in the energy of whatever. But that is no, but now that is the energy. Now you're in that energy. That's the energy you're going to be in. This is nice to hear. I feel that. Yes, I've definitely not. It's definitely not the guy who wants to bring me. Well, yeah, that is very intense. That's a very intense thing to do after only 2 experiences. Which again, it doesn't say that that's not necessarily a negative, right? Like it could be the modality or experience of recognizing. And I need to point this out. Sometimes when we energetically know, we know, right? Those modalities or experiences by which we experience alignment is the modality by which we feel energetically comfortable by the speed at which something is happening, right? So being able to recognize or identify that as well. This is you effectively refining your manifestation goal, right? Because if you're in the modality by which you were wanted somebody to effectively, like, I need to point this out, like if you were in the modality by which you were looking for someone who was ready to like bring you into their life, that's a perfect example of that manifestation coming towards you, right? Yep, I just want to be in a relationship. And I think that there's something important there that you might want to bring up in relationality to what feels like, what feels right to you from the perspective of timing, right? Thank you for the compliment, Alexandra. Yeah, sweats on, hair up, take out the way kind of stuff. I understand. My hand hurts from writing to my counterpart. I like that. You're so welcome, Bridget. Absolutely. Everyone I date. But I need to point this out, and I just need to stress this though, Bridget. I need to point this out. If these were like, I need to stress, if you were going through experiences in the past by which you are articulating that the energy that you are connected to was working through commitment issues, you're already articulating the fact that you're seeing evidence of your manifestation coming into fruition. I need to point this out. I just need to stress this. You can't, like, this is, it's saying to me like you're going through a little bit of a Goldilocks thing right now, right? And you're also recognizing that a healthy relationship is going to energetically challenge potentially an intimacy wound that was being expressed in the modality of moving towards energy that was giving evidence of the fact that they were hard to get, or somebody that didn't want the effective same thing as you did, right? Yep, exactly. So this is you kind of, again, don't get frustrated if that's happening. Refine your manifestation goal. Refiner. Be more specific. All right, we're going to continue right now. Okay, there you go. Well, and I need to point this out too, because we often see this, right? The space by which, and this is the difference between the space by which another person like moves towards us very quickly and then pushes us away, right? The healthy energy, like you're working through energy that understands and navigates things at, like, I keep on hearing healthy boundaries, right? Like working through the condition of healthy boundaries, or something that feels like it is effectively like being conscientious of what you yourself feel energetically comfortable with, right? All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Nikki. Nikki, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? All right. And let me just read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. And Nikki, could you let me know if we were doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Yep. Excellent. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. We're also at 33K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Also, please remember, if you are a super fan who is joining us today and you would like to be added to the Superfan Only Disco channel, just send me a disco GIF. I'll be happy to add you. If you would like to be added to, if you would like a code on the class program, now keep in mind Superfans get a bigger discount in the disco, you just message me the word class. And if you would like to get information about the trip that we have planned for August, message me the word trip. Excellent. How are you doing today, Creative? I sent you a message in the disco, outside tea. A little heavier topic than vampires. Okay. Excellent. All right. But before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the stag. Thank you so much. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And let me just pull up Nikki's question. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So basically what we're effectively seeing in relationality to this reading is how to navigate the needs of the self versus the needs of energetic counterpart, but also the needs, like how do we navigate circumstances or situations by which it feels like we are effectively energetically being pulled in multiple directions. Can I please get 4 cards, please? Highest priority messages. Woo! All right, highest priority messages already out. And they're both cantilevered. Yep. That makes sense. Yep. 2 more, please. Thank you. So I've got some messages coming through to you on spirit to help you. The first thing that's coming through is remembering and identifying that you are currently working your job I want you to think about the space, but your job is effectively one of building sanctuary. And the thing that we recognize as it relates to sanctuary is when we are creating sanctuary, it does not energetically require us, like sanctuary does not require us to effectively navigate everyone's energetic requests. The space by which we navigate sanctuary has one job and one energetic job only. And the space of your love being sanctuary. And if there is an energetic rule that you can apply, it will tell you everything that you need to know in relationality to how to effectively proportion out the space by which you articulate to others how you feel, but not what you choose to do, but not just what you choose to do, what you choose not to do. And the major space that's coming through is the reason the word sanctuary is coming through is the space, and this is often what you'll find with the energy of sanctuary. No one is outcast. No one is made to feel like an outcast. And what does it feel like to be an energetic outcast? The energetic outcast is one that feels like nobody effectively wants them there. And when somebody is making another person feel like they are outcast, then they are the energy that needs to leave the sanctuary, right? The modality or experience by which another person, that is telling you everything you need to know in relationality to the direction where the work needs to go, right? When you're building sanctuary, the modality by which you say to someone, there is one rule and one rule only. You can't make someone feel like an energetic outcast. Then if that rule requires someone to leave the sanctuary of the self, then there's those modalities by which you have to say, so be it. Because that experience, right, that is cruel energy. It is cruel to make another person feel like energetic outcast. And that modality by which you are effectively able to articulate that to another. And often, and I keep on seeing, and this is why we do the work, right? And what is the sound, right? What is the sound that someone will sing? What is the song that someone will sing as they're making someone feel like an outcast? I don't feel comfortable around them. I don't feel comfortable around them. That is the sound of someone's shadow work rising to the surface within the self. You don't feel comfortable around them. Okay, can you tell me why? No, I don't need to tell you why. You have to honor my feelings. I don't feel comfortable around. And if you loved me, then you would care about how I feel. No, that's not how love works. That is not how love works. That is watching, because all you do, when somebody says, I don't feel comfortable, and if you cared about me, you'd honor my feelings. They're saying, I am not willing to do my shadow work. I let all the anger and hatred in my heart guide my sense of direction. And if you cared about me, if you truly cared about me, then you would allow all that hate and anger in my heart guide the direction of you as well. And if you don't, then I will just assume that you don't care about me. Our love supersedes the space by which we see someone, allowing the shape of their fear to become energetic cruelty. And the modality by which we work to create sanctuary is the work that we do to protect another from another person's cruelty being embodied in ridiculous action. And it does require sometimes saying to somebody, I'm not going to tell them that, because it would hurt them. And you should think about why you would want me to. You should think about the condition by which you're asking for something that is clearly cruel. because that modality of that experience, I do feel like, and I need to point this out, I want to show you the shape that these cards came out. When I first dropped them, these two cards came out like this, like a roof, right? Look at the roof. And then look at the cards that came out underneath them. The Six of Swords and the Five of Wands. We fight to protect sanctuary. We fight to protect sanctuary within ourselves. We fight to protect sanctuary in our relationships. We fight to protect sanctuary in our families and our friends and our relationships. And the modality by which, and this is why we always leave the concession of someone being able to heal. And the way we leave the concession for someone being able to heal is the moment that you say, I'm going to pretend you never said that. And you should think about whether you want other people to hear you saying that. Because the modality by which another person articulates and says, if you cared about me, then you would navigate my uncomfortability. Absolutely not. Absolutely. I don't know where we got that crazy idea. Uncomfortability is only addressed if there is a reason for it. Uncomfortability must be addressed. It's only a standard if you can explain why. Because our trauma loves nothing more on this earth. There is one thing trauma loves to do more than anything in this planet. It likes to disguise itself as a standard and then refuse to explain why one is holding it. And the moment you have a standard that you insist upon, but then you simultaneously insist that you don't have to explain, that is not a standard. That is your trauma taking shape. And you don't need to respect another person's trauma disguised as a standard, but you can care about them lovingly by showing it to them, by articulating it to them, by clearly pointing to it and saying, explain yourself. Bottom of the deck, King of Cups. And yeah, it's going to upset, it's going to upset people, right? But when we care about people, we upset them in the best way possible. When we care about people, we upset them in the best way possible. Because there's the upset by which we're trying to make someone upset, or there's the upset that say, strive for better. I care about you. And you should be very, very careful. I'll tell you right now, if I've gotten some bad messages from Spirit, we are never more lost from the light than when we start articulating our hatred and claiming that they are standards. When you want to talk about lost cause energy, that is the shape by which you are never further afield than when you articulate that you're right, but refusing to explain why. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. I win because nobody else guessed. I was closest. I like that, Nikki. That makes sense. Yes. So I do have a job. Yeah, that's why I've just been keeping distance or separation lately. But here's the thing. I need to point this out. If you can have a healthy conversation about it, like that's not you being distant. That's you being energetically logical. That's been said. Chills. Thank you, Ruby. Thank you as well, Viva. Try again. Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you as well, BB. Thank you as well, Good. Yes, I'm presenting you with your own ridiculousness. Exactly. And here's the thing, you don't need to match it, right? You don't need to don't be matching ridiculous with ridiculous. There's nothing more ridiculous in this world than watching 2 people having a ridiculous match, right? But the fact that you can articulate to another is how you can effectively heal from it. Thank you, Avatar. When we care about people, we upset them in the best way possible. Thank you, BB. Why I communicated. I need you to work those choices and things. Thank you as well, Jesse, for being here and receiving these messages. I was falling asleep and that woke me up. I always consider it a compliment when people fall asleep in this live. So it's the nicest thing. You know, humans only fall asleep when they feel energetically safe. So thank you for the honor. Oh, thank you so much for that beautiful gift. I haven't seen it before. Thank you, BB. I appreciate you. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Avatar. Avatar, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Thank you, Nikki. And sending you so much support on that journey. I know it's not easy. Absolutely. Thank you. Energy was flowing. Thank you. Absolutely. Got you, dear. All right. And Avatar, while we wait for your question to come through, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The fox. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And Avatar, could you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? Yeah, there is definitely someone in spirit that is like pacing the floor on it. I'll tell you right now. They're carving a groove in the floor the way they're pacing on it. Hi there, Avatar. Any advice for my higher self on the block I feel working for myself? I got you, dear. It's okay. No, I got it. I see it. I apologize. I didn't see the general part. Thank you for the compliment, Philip. All right. Mm-hmm. 4 cards, please. Three, 4. I feel like I see something important in relationality to you have to navigate something you're doing in a precious way, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's something really energetically important in relationality to navigating that that preciousness, because I keep on getting precious things take time to grow, is what I keep on seeing. And the space by which we work towards something that is energetically precious is the space by which I keep on hearing we don't try to rush. We don't try to rush a process, is what I keep on seeing. And I think that there's something really important about that, because I keep on getting in whatever you're doing right now, this is you getting better at becoming consistent with it. And the thing about, like, you know, often, and like the modality by which you work through energetic consistency is, and I keep on seeing it's gonna kind of require you to a certain extent to how do I describe this best? Like, I feel like I think it's interesting too, because I see you, like, I almost have a message coming from your guides that's saying everything that you're doing, is everything you're doing the right thing to do? And if so, are you just putting it in front of the right, like, are you putting it in front of the right energy? Is what I keep on getting. Right? Are you navigating the space of introduction? Is what I keep on hearing. And if I keep on like, and that like that's what, I don't know what I'm seeing there. You know, when I'm getting are you navigating the space of introduction? I feel like there's something about that is saying to me, like, I don't know why, but they're almost articulating like the space by which you're working. I keep on hearing like you're working to identify or recognize the ability to effectively, I don't know, I keep on hearing like push further out on something. Like there's something I keep on seeing here. And I think that I feel like that is what I see is a little bit of a challenge zone here for you. You know? um, I keep on hearing too for you, think about where people can find you. Which is, I feel like, I don't know why I keep on feeling if there's something, if there's something that one feels like one must do in order to chase down someone, is what I keep on seeing. Like I keep on hearing the ease, like think about, I keep on hearing, think about healing the ease of access, is what I keep on getting from one of your, it's funny too, because it's coming from an angelic. I feel like I can tell what angelic it's coming from too. Feel like they're articulating upon, think about healing the ease of access, which is that think about healing the ease of, sorry, this is a very specific angelic who's got a lot of things to say when it comes to access. I keep wondering, the more steps that someone has to take, the less someone wants to do something. I keep on hearing like energy, like like energy is like, you know, like that. So I almost feel like if there's something you're doing, or some way that somebody is like, I want you to do this, whatever you're doing, I want you to give it to someone who's never encountered it before and say, I want to watch you do something through it. Like, watch how they engage with something, because I feel like it's interesting, because I see something that you're looking at, and you'll be like, oh, it's just easy. You do this, and then you do that, and then you do this and this and this, and then you've got it. And someone else who isn't, if someone doesn't know, if someone hasn't memorized the steps, They don't know there are steps, is what I keep on hearing. Remember, if someone hasn't memorized the steps, they might not know there even are steps. So make sure that you're being clear in relationality to what those steps are. Bottom of the deck on this reading. I don't know why I'm getting here something about locationality. You know, is there an issue with what you're doing or where you're doing it? Is what I keep on seeing. I don't know. I'm not sure why I keep on seeing it. It feels like I keep on hearing the words far, like potentially thinking about moving farther afield in relationality to doing something, right? Um, like, I don't know why I keep on, like, it's, sorry, it's the same angelic, like articulating upon road trip. Like, but they're saying like something about a road trip or something about doing a road trip is like, I keep on getting the observation of doing something in a different place that um, can like energetically activate upon something is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like there's something, I think that there's something really important there, potentially and particularly, like by way of, I keep on hearing potentially trying to make something more portable. I don't know why they're saying that, like they're specifically articulating and saying making something more portable is what I keep on hearing. Or something like making something more portable, which makes it more affordable. I don't know where that's coming through either because I'm again, it's hard for me because I don't know what the energetic service is, but all of these things are coming up. And it's interesting too because, you know, I wasn't expecting, it feels like there's an angelic that's trying to help support you through something there as well. And again, if you, and it's interesting too, because I think it's a different angelic than the one I read for you before. If you message me, I'd be happy to share who that guide is. Excellent. All right. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Avatar. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the second person read for. It's a great time to get on the list today. If you want to get on the list, you have a nice short wait for a read. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 37K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. No, I think it's perfectly, thank you so much for the compliment on my earrings, Philip. I appreciate it. No worries. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person, I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of Avatar's comments. Absolutely. Whoa, did that gift just, I know, it was so cool. No, the gift me out. I'd never seen that before. It was amazing. Oh, your Aries moon, like why isn't it happening faster? Yeah, that's a big thing with Aries moon, right? Food for thought. I could see that. That's helpful. That's come up several times. I get it. There it is. I keep feeling like I need to go somewhere to activate something. Well, that's okay. That's what I was seeing in relationality to a road trip, right? You're welcome, dear. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for is Ava. Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, as I mentioned, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll have a nice short wait. You'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right, let me just pull your question up. My friends, we're also at 37K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. All right, bear with me a moment. All right, I've got it here. I've been feeling, is this inside tea or outside tea, dear? And thank you, Bailey, for the follow. All right, and while we wait for Ava's answer, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bear. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Just bear with me a minute. All right, where were we? And thank you, Bailey, for the follow. Okay, outside. And guys, I'm going to pin up Ava here. Make sure to give Ava some love. All right. I've been feeling emotional throughout the last few days. Could I have advice from my angelic guide on love and community? 2 cards on love, 2 cards on community. I got you. Wow. All right. So, you know, it's interesting too that you're trying to tune, like, it's interesting that you're trying to tap into the angelic's feelings on the subject, because like it's interesting because in relationality to love, I feel like they're effectively articulating upon like some kind of modality by which they're amplifying or stating, like I keep on hearing, like welcome to the club kind of energy. But you know, like that's like I feel like it's, you know, I think there's something really important because they're articulating that you've had to deal with a lot of energetic situations in the past. I keep on hearing you've had to deal with very fleeting love like scenarios, is what I keep on hearing. And I just keep on hearing the same message in relationality to it, which says love doesn't flee. You know? Which is, and it's funny because I keep on hearing a situation by which another person like tried to articulate to you, like I keep on hearing like the space by which another person says love is fleeting. I keep on hearing that the angelic says love doesn't flee, which is, I keep on hearing like the modality which amplifies and articulates the shape by which we recognize like the true nature of love versus another person that tries to articulate to us that they care about us versus how they're effectively articulating that they amplify that love. And I think that there's something really important there because I feel like I see a lot of situations in the past by which another person effectively, I keep on seeing, and I want to point this out. The sound of someone stating to us, um, the sound of someone stating to us, you know, I don't know what I would do without you, is the sound of a deep friendship. The sound of someone saying, I never want to live without you, is the sound of love. And so I feel like I see a lot of experiences, right? I see a lot of experiences that you've had to navigate by which another person articulates or says to you, I don't know what I would have done without you, right? Like working into the context of healing, understanding that was not love, that was deep friendship, because that's what I hear the angelic articulating on, the space by which we look to one another and we say, I don't know what I would do without you, is what we do when we're energetic friends, right? That's what friends, like that's the sound that we say to each other. That's the song we sing to each other in the state of just deep friendship. So I feel like there's something that's helping you to disambiguate between someone that claimed, like someone who energetically claimed that they loved you, like they loved you as in being in a deep relationship with you, but was bringing friendship rules into the partnership. Because I just keep on hearing the guides say that the sound of someone saying, I don't know what I would have done without you, is the sound, is a deep friendship. I never want to live without you, is the sound of true love. And so I feel like the modality by which I wouldn't be surprised if you've been feeling energetically emotional, if those are the type of messages that are coming through. Because it says to me that you are not a healing center in relationship. You are not a place where someone goes to find comfort and to find support and then walks away from it once they're healed and says, thank you so much for all of that healing. I'll never forget you. Right? Like, and the modality, and I want to say this, this is why, did someone like past tense you while you were in the relationship? Ugh. Oh, there's nothing worse than that. There's nothing worse than when someone past tenses us while we're still in partnership. I don't even know if they realized they were doing it. Somebody who said, like, I'll never forget you. Like, this is why when someone says, I'll never forget you, and you're in a relationship, you're like, what are you talking about? What are you even saying? Because the modality by which another person articulates the fact that they're already in the modality by which they're thinking about, the fact that they'll never energetically forget you, is the sound of them already being out of it, is what I keep on hearing, right? The modality by which another person talks towards the relationship in the past tense, even while you're energetically experiencing it. I feel like that's the level or degree that I see that you're energetically healing from. And this is why I feel like this is what they're articulating in relationality to what it is that you're moving towards. Right? Like the modality or the experience of amplifying or articulating between the Star card and the Queen of Swords. This is the energy that you're effectively embodying. And I keep on hearing this. Remember this. Remember that energy. Because I keep on I feel like you're going through I feel like I see you going through some kind of profound shift right now. And I just keep on hearing the same message. The modality, like what you're probably going to experience coming forward from this point, is energy potentially coming towards you and effectively saying, I've never met anyone like you after that. I keep on hearing, you are not the dream to be remembered in hindsight, is what I keep on hearing. You are not the dream to be remembered in hindsight, which is the energy. Like, I literally see some situations or circumstances where you were everything another person ever asked for. And all they needed to do was commit themselves to you. And this modality or experience, I keep on hearing, like, that's why that particular angelic came towards you, is what I keep on seeing. Because I just keep on hearing the energy that is being very emphatic about the space by which we never say, I keep on hearing the energy that doesn't say, I'll be back. It's the energy that says, I'm going to protect this with everything I have within myself, right? The modality by which another person articulates that you are someone worth energetically fighting for, is what I keep on hearing. The modality, and I keep on seeing that. The modality when I keep on hearing, like, the confusion point in the difference between another person, that I keep on hearing the difference between someone who changes their mind, right? Who changes their mind versus someone who builds into a healthy relationship with you. I keep on hearing, like, your ability to work through those experiences, but not just work through those experiences, but also, like, I keep on hearing, like, this is the guide that says, it's okay. You've got a right to be upset. And the right to be upset is exactly where you hold those energetic standards. And I keep on hearing, if it's something that you would not do to another, then it's not something that you yourself have to create the space by which you have to navigate, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like I see you. I almost see you in those modalities and experiences articulating to another. I feel like this is you, like, I feel like this is you being very clear to someone. Exactly. I feel like it's also saying, like, some conversations are not worth having, because it's like you shouldn't have to have a conversation. The moment that you feel like you have to have a conversation as to why you don't feel like you're being energetically respected, I keep wondering, it's not your job to help another person understand what it means to be energetically respectful. It's the space by which one can effectively observe whether they are or not. And I keep on seeing, like, I feel like I see a lot of healthy energy around you right now. And I feel like a lot of that work that I see you doing is being able to speak upon something with a measure of and degree of clarity. And I feel like a lot of that clarity that you're potentially rising into is helping to see experiences in the past by which you have potentially a right to be upset, right? I think that we articulated that that was something that was probably going to be happening a lot right now. Bottom of the deck, especially with the Lover's card, in its reversal, I feel like it's you being able to bring a level or degree of proportionality to things. You know, navigating, I keep on hearing navigating situations proportionally. And I keep on getting, like, I don't know why I keep on hearing some kind of energy coming towards you, where like somebody's saying like, I never should have let you go. And I almost see you saying back to them, and now you know, right? Like the modality by which, I keep on hearing like the modality by which another person, like and that's what I keep on getting, like the space by which another person comes towards you, like speaking upon their own unhappiness in relationality. I keep on hearing like someone coming towards you speaking upon their own unhappiness as it relates to an energetic connection and partnership. And I almost see you like getting energetic chills in relationality to being able to see the other side of something that was energetically occurring in the modality by which you were effectively experiencing it. You know, I keep on seeing like it's not the modality, it's not somebody, I keep on hearing that's not someone doing an about face, right? That's someone showing you. I keep on hearing like that's somebody showing you like their own, I keep hearing like that's them showing you their own energetic like duplicity is what I keep on hearing. You know, I feel like there's something, and that's what I meant in terms of like observe, don't absorb, or holding, like I keep on hearing like holding some kind of energetic support for yourself, because I feel like I almost see this is you. Like this is the sound of you seeing someone like effectively, like this is the sound of you seeing someone effectively articulate or define. Like I keep on getting like like and it's giving me the type of energy of someone being like, yeah, like wow, like you know, like it's the observation of someone giving you like the energetic time that you would have been like desperate for in the past, but almost in the experience or the modality by which you're able to amplify and articulate to them um, in terms or in the observation of how they made you feel is what I keep on seeing. So continue to do that work. And I keep on hearing like it's interesting too, because like I feel like the guide is trying to communicate that like they support you. Like the I keep it's funny because like the when I see energy like this, you know, like it's really saying to me that the guide is articulating that they support you in any way that you choose to effectively navigate situations of that capacity that feel like they're energetically frustrating is what I keep on seeing. Like I just keep on getting it's the message that's coming through in relationality to building into like it's interesting. It's almost like the guide trying to tell you to a certain extent that they're there, that they're there to help you feel confident in your decisions is what I keep on seeing, particularly and especially in relationality to what you put empathy towards versus leaving some empathy for yourself as well. Thank you so much, Ava, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is open. If you'd like to get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for. It's a great time to get on the list. You don't have to wait. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 41.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're topping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. How you doing, Bailey? Yeah, the new moon is going to be, I told you, a lot of emotions coming up right now. That resonates. I've often been told that my energy's healing. And that's what I keep on hearing. You're not a healing center. Like your energy's healing, but you are not a healing center. You are not the space by which another person comes into a space of recovery and then says thank you. And Jay Lee, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I stopped having those conversations. And Nicole, thank you for sharing the live. It's hard to do sometimes. And I keep on hearing in friendship, that's like what we do to support one another, right? Like that's what I keep on getting. In friendship, it's like I see you being like, you do the same for me, right? Like I feel like it's you being like, well, in relationship, no, it's what we expect from one another. How are you doing, Joseph? And thank you so much for the follow, user 617. And Hank, thank you for the follow. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Hi, Adam. How you doing today? I know, Chiefs, I know this new moon energy. It's a lot right now. What? I don't know what that means, Adam. All right, let's continue. I've been crying in the clerk. Good to see you, Julie. I hope you're having a beautiful day. I told you this energy can bring a lot of emotionality up right now. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person, the list is open. If you want to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. And in the meantime, oh, thank you, Rihanna. I appreciate that. We're going to continue. The next person we're reading for, we're actually going to start one card readings for subscribers. So if you are a subscriber who would like a card pulled, you just need to put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to pull a card for you. If you would like to become a super fan, you just need to hit the right up there, hit that super fan status, and you'll be able to also receive a one card. If you are interested in getting on the list, we still have spots today, and you will be the first person read for. All right, 1 second, please. Got it. Perfect. All right, where were we? Okay. One card on the individual. Yeah, I got you, dear. You know what? You know what's not acceptable? What's not acceptable is articulating the fact, like moving towards someone in the space of needing their healing, and at every moment or modality trying to articulate or convince another person that they're a mess. Thank you for getting on the list today. But you'd be surprised, right? Often energy, I keep on getting like energy that is working into the energy that constantly takes, that looks at someone and says, why do you look so hungry all the time? Right? The mentality or modality of someone that only asks for things and never energetically gives them, and then starts to energetically complain because somebody is effectively getting worse in their energetic presence. Animal spirit guide, bull, right? That's intolerable. That's the modality by which we recognize, right? The modality, like I feel like it's working through the space of another person that some energy feels like, I keep on hearing like there's this archaic energy. I don't even know where it comes from, being like, if you care about someone, never let them know it, is like one of the saddest things you can possibly imagine. because it's the energy that then finds themselves in miserable. Like that is the sound of creating a miserable relationship, is what I keep on hearing, right? The miserable relationship by which another person says, oh, you know, never let someone know how much you care about them, because then they'll take everything from you. It's like the energy that effectively shows themselves in the space by which they would see somebody that wants to give and not be energetically reciprocal in terms of what they choose to take from another, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava, and sending you support on that journey. One card, highest priority, please. For Bridget. Got the Two of Pentacles. I feel like there's something important in relation to the Two of Pentacles that has to do with I keep on seeing some kind of like circumstance or situation by which, and I want to kind of describe this, like you're in the energy by which, this is why what's ahead of you is going to be different than what's before you, because you've never felt this way before, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with Knight of Pentacles, right? It's more of that same energy that I was picking up on, that was feeling like the space of impressing upon, the space of saying to another person, keep digging. Like the modality by which you, I think it's interesting because like the observation that, like I keep on seeing, like every time you work through an energetic frustration, you get closer to discovering the energetic, I keep wondering, every time you navigate an energetic frustration, you get closer to the genuine artifact, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, the modality, like especially with the Raven, like the experience, I keep on seeing like it also says to me, like giving someone a chance, like giving someone a chance to show you that they could be your everything, but also being able to articulate upon, like I keep like I keep on getting the same message. Your counterpart is experiencing the same exact thing right now, right? That feeling like that feeling of just being like, you know what I mean? Like not necessarily wanting to go through the motions, but feeling like feeling the space, but by which they recognize they have to, is what I keep on seeing. How are you doing today, Light Warrior and Sunny? I hope you're having a beautiful day. Julia, one card regarding the weekend and potentially spending time with that individual. Woo! Wow, that's not one. Yeah, I mean, I think that there's something, I feel like there's something, I feel like there's something important that I see that you're doing in relationality. Like, is this someone you've known for a long time? It almost feels like I almost see you in another person's schedules just being like really, really wild. But I also feel like, you know, especially if this is some kind of modality by which you're working to like try to connect with someone, you know, I feel like it's saying to me that there's something about that by which you're like articulating or amplifying upon um like the energetic change. Like, and it's interesting too because like I feel like it's almost the modality by which you and another person are speaking upon what you're on the same page about, or what it is that you're trying to work through or resolve, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Oh, you got two bottoms of the deck. And I feel like this is like the two bottoms of the deck that I see here is like, I keep on hearing when we've got a lot of different priorities, like we don't take our time, like we don't take it personally, is what I keep on seeing. You know, like I almost feel like there's some kind of circumstance or situation by which you and another person like are feeling like you're juggling a lot of different demands. But I keep on seeing that like that ability to effectively articulate or refine and define upon what you're doing. I keep on seeing that there's something about working through that expansiveness. And I keep, you know, I don't know why I keep on hearing you guys have some kind of journey of shared history in relationality to kind of knowing or having, even if this is a new connection, but it doesn't feel new, you know, like there's something very familiar about it in terms of you guys experiencing something, or having some kind of shared history and relationality to the connection that you're building forth with one another. Animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, the owl energy. Um, I think it's interesting because I feel like you and another person walking through or talking through new ideas, you know? Like I almost feel like I don't know if it's like you and another person trying to articulate how you can work together on something. You know, it's giving me some kind of energy of like two minds are better than one, is what I keep on seeing. Ella, one card highest good, please. Oh, thank you, Light Warrior. Happy holidays to you as well. Woo! I know what card that was. The Transverse Tower. Um, I think there's something important in relationality to um, a transverse tower, which is saying to me the observation or the experience by which you articulate to another. Um, how do I describe this? Like this is more of a continuation, like I said, in terms of not matching energy. Like it says to me, it's like you working to strike a perfect balance between like not matching energy, but also being very clear in relationality to like being very clear in relationality to um, what you will and will not accept in terms of like what is appropriate is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, especially with the Empress energy, it's interesting because I feel like it's almost you having to channel. Like I feel like it's almost like it feels like a guide that is encouraging you to channel the energy of a good diplomat. And I keep on hearing like a good diplomat doesn't say I'm not talking to you. A good diplomat says this is what upset me. This is what I need you to think about, right? The modality by which you can articulate something that allows it to be an educational moment is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the raven energy, you know? Like we try to help one another from I keep on hearing we try to help one another from making I keep on hearing we try to help one another from making fools of ourselves is what I keep on seeing. Right? Like the modality by which you say to another person, I want you to think about something is what I keep on seeing. Like something about the relationality of you working through something to such an extent that you're able to amplify and articulate upon like what it is that you're working to improve upon versus what it is that you're working to like energetically resolve within. Thank you, Ella. I know everything feels so raw and tender right now. That's the energy that we're experiencing. Yep. Oh, you did. You knew. Okay, so this is a thank you for confirming where you knew this person from. Thank you for that. Hi, 1 second, please. Oh, hold on. Oh, where'd it go? Okay. Can I get one card for Esteban, please? On that. It says to me, it's like, it says to me, like, I feel like I see you kind of working in the space of trying to spread the love, is what I keep on seeing. You know? Like, I'm just identifying some kind of circumstance or situation by way that you're effectively articulating to another. Um, like, it's interesting with this, like, spread the love, because I almost see you working fastidiously upon something, but I see that the space by which you're working fastidiously upon something is, like, it says to me, like, you helping, like, you articulating upon others in relationality to what it is that you're trying to do, right? Like, it says to me, like, the modality by which you try to amplify or spread or share that message, especially with the Empress in its reversal. Um, did you take this over from someone? You know, I feel like there's something. I feel like there's something about that here that I'm seeing. You know, like I keep on, like, how do I show, like, animal spirit guide? Like, especially with the fox energy, the thing that we see, the thing with the we see with the fox energy is, how do I describe this? I don't know why, but it's almost saying it's like requiring you to have to think outside of the box on something. You know what I mean? Like, what I keep on hearing, something about what you need is a good idea, is what I keep on hearing. Right? Like some kind of, like, I feel like it's like it's saying to me, like, there's some, like, I don't know why, but it almost feels like you having a conversation with someone in relationality towards, like, how you're trying to do something, but not just how you're trying to do it, like the way that you're doing it, so that you can effectively assess how to do it better again in the future, is what I see too. All right, just bear with me a moment. You're welcome, dear. Oh, Ava, really? My dear. My Cancer moon is like, geez, Louise, give us a break. I know this type of energy right now. I told you, a lot of sensitivity or a lot of feelings effectively coming up. Okay. Minnie, one card, please, on love. I got you. And just a reminder to anybody joining us, if you would like to get on the list today, the list is still open. You will be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Okay. One moment. Got it. Minnie, 1 card on love, please, for Minnie. Highest. Woo! I feel like I see some kind of modality or experience where another person is trying to do something better, is what I keep on getting. Um, And I feel like there's something really energetically important in the space by which another person is trying to do something better, because I feel like somebody's trying to learn to communicate better. You know, like I almost see somebody being like, "Oh, I thought I told you." You know, like forgetting. I keep on hearing like forgetting the space by which they thought about telling you something versus actually telling you is what I keep on seeing. Um, yeah, especially with the tower. You know, there might be something. I feel like there might be something to be said for you and another person potentially, like having. I feel like I don't know why I keep on hearing some energy has a hard time holding a calendar in their head. Like it almost says to me like the ability by which you and another can get more organized. Like I don't know why, if there was some kind of argumentation between you, like don't I keep on hearing like don't allow an organizational issue to become an emotional one is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the ram. You know, every don't like no. I keep on getting the same message. When we sweep things under the rug, we're sure to trip over them later, right? The modality or the experience by which we energetically articulate upon what it is that we're like. I keep on hearing like let the problem become the new standard, right? Like let the experience become a perfection point, not a moment of like I keep on hearing like let there be something productive that comes from whatever that energetic dispute was between you and another person. Yes. One card for Alexandra in relationality to the connection. um I've got a lot of this I keep wondering healthy energy wants us like like healthy energy. um like I keep on hearing like healthy energy wants to inspire anticipation, not delighting, like not the space by which another person delights in seeing another person agonizing is what I keep on hearing. Right? Like I just keep on hearing some kind of message is coming through in relationality from one of your guides. It's actually from both of your guides in terms of what I keep on hearing anticipation, not agony, right? The space by which we articulate, like the space by which we articulate a feeling of distress should be one, I keep on hearing like should be one that's navigated with a sense of it should be navigated with a sense of care, not with a sense of energetic like delight to see somebody suffering is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the two of pentacles in its upright, you know. I keep on like I feel like I see some kind of I feel like I see you healing in the modality or experience of someone miss like someone who there's you can't get anywhere with someone who is invested in misunderstanding you. And the modality by which another person is energetically invested in misunderstanding is the modality by which they don't hear or articulate upon what you are energetically comfortable with versus not comfortable with, versus trying to articulate and say that they're being energetically cruel to you because in some way, shape, or form or fashion, you've indicated to them that that's okay. Like I keep on seeing like the modality by which we respect each other's wishes is amplified by the empathy of not, I keep wondering, not trying to, like, not trying to twist another person's meaning of something to support the fact that we don't care about something, is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the blackbird energy. Like it says to me that it is, I keep on hearing energy that holds you preciously will treat you preciously, is what I keep on hearing. Energy that holds you preciously will treat you preciously. Sending you support, Rihanna. One card, highest priority right now for Nikki. Woo! Yeah, I feel like this is the sound of you putting your foot down on things, right? Like the modality by which, I keep wondering, the modality by which we put our foot down, like we come into, like the space by which we come into energetic maturation in relationality to, like I keep on hearing, navigating or working through circumstances or experiences by which we articulate our energetic frustration for something, right? The modality by which we experience something and we talk towards how we're affected by it, versus I keep on hearing we don't, when we care about each other, we don't give each other nonsensical directions, which is the ability by which we articulate, especially if we realize that we're putting each other in an uncomfortable position. We talk as we talk through it as to why. Bottom of the deck on this reading, you got two bottoms of the deck, right? Like oft, I keep on hearing, like often the sound, right? Like often the sound of the sound of another person working through their own lack of confidence is the modality, like I keep on hearing, like the modality by which another person articulates or says, well, I'm just telling you, like I keep on hearing, no whisper. We don't whisper down the lane in relationality to the space by which we articulate upon something that is energetically ridiculous. I keep on hearing, we put a stop to it, right? Like the modality by which another person says, well, I'm just telling you, right? We are the messenger, like we are the energetic messenger in relationality, like to what, like to how we effectively, like when we deliver messages, we effectively articulate that we condone the fact that the message is being delivered, is what I keep on hearing. So I feel like it's almost like the modality by which you having to effectively, like I keep on hearing, healthy conversations are face to face for this reason, right? Healthy conversations are face to face for this reason. We talk through things together, right? We say, why don't you, like, again, like, I'll be happy to speak to someone about it, right? The modality by which you articulate that you'll be perfectly happy to have a conversation with someone, right? Like if that changes what you're hearing versus what they're saying, tells you a lot about an energetic situation, right? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the owl energy, right? Like the modality by which we energetically articulate something. When we have integrity, when we have integrity, then that the conversation doesn't shift depending on the space by which we're speaking. You know, it's the modality by which we identify that. So make sure, I keep wondering, make sure that you're having integrated conversations. which is the space by which you articulate to another and say, I'd be happy to tell them, like, feel for, like, send them, like, let me talk to them about it, right? Like, and I feel like that's effectively how you're going to energetically heal something. Remove the energetic intervention point. Thank you, Darren. Wishing you support on that journey. Yeah, I've got you, Lexi. I'll be happy to do that for you, dear. One moment, please. So if you're asking, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. You know what I'm going to get on? You know what I'm going to get on the list? No problem, Nikki. And thank you for getting on the list, Nikki. Oh, Danae, hold on a minute. Danae got on the list as well, so please hold. Please make sure that you're holding right now on questions. If you're a subscriber, we're going to get back into the personals. At least we're all in this together. How are you doing today, Susie? And you knew them from college. Thank you for confirming. The mutual aid, Esteban. Highest priority, 1 card, please. Susie. Sunny. So the 1 cards are for members. So if you have a membership, I'm happy to pull a 1 card for you. Okay. You just need to sign up for a membership. Thank you. All right, Susie, 1 card for Susie, please. And guys, if you are a super fan, make sure you're recharging your heart knees. If you want to make sure that you get that 1 card, that animal spirit card. I see you navigating a space by which you're working on healing. Like, Susie, it's going to take time to heal your heart. Healthy energy is not going to rush that process. Yeah, you got 2 bottoms of the deck here, right? The modality or the experience by which you're able to articulate or amplify to another, you're not going to miss anything that's for you. Be able to just work through a sense of energetic proportionality. I keep on hearing a sense of energetic proportionality, particularly and especially when you're working through the space of communicating how you feel. Remember, healthy emotions have directions attached to them, right? Healthy emotions have directions attached to them. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the boar energy. The ability to effectively articulate or amplify what it is that one is, like, I keep on hearing, don't assume something right now. If someone is not getting back to you, everybody, like, I keep on hearing, like, everybody is feeling really emotionally overwhelmed right now. So make sure that you're not making assumptions. I keep on hearing, like, just be navigating situations with a sense of patience, which means don't focus on something that's not moving forward. Navigate or put your energy into something that is what I keep on hearing. Thank you, Esteban. And Lexi, thank you for confirming. I will check back now. One second. Okay, where were we? I've got you on the list, Lexi. We've also got 2 spots available today before the list will be closed. It's okay, dear, but thank you. Next time, just remember. Yeah, it's kind of hard not to take priorities or schedules personally right now with all of this sad. I know it is, but I want you, like, that's the thing I keep on seeing, right? Like, and I gotta tell, like, the funny thing about it is it's not so much the Sag energy, it's the fact that we're going through this with Jupiter in Cancer, in retrograde. right? It's the combination of those forces. So it's feeling the excitability of all the Sag energy while also feeling very emotionally vulnerable and raw. So just give yourself a moment as it relates to communicating upon emotions. I get it. Yeah. My Cancer moon's sensitive right now. I know, Julia. Hang in there. Yeah, all my water's drowning me right now. Sending you support, Avatar. Yeah, Scorpio sun, Scorpio rising, Cancer moon. Yeah, the Cancer, here's the thing. I need to stress this. The fact that Jupiter, like the fact that Jupiter is retrograding in Cancer right now, if you've got Cancer placements, it can make you feel hypersensitive, right? Yep. Thank you, Sin. I was thinking of those terms also, but you worded it perfectly. Oh, I'm so glad, Ella. I got you on the list, Nikki. I saw it. It's here's the thing about it. I love Sag energy is amazing. Sag energy is absolutely amazing. But the thing you have to recognize, like this is like that's what I meant with stampede energy, right? Like a little bit of Sag energy can feel exciting. A lot of Sag energy can sometimes feel exhilarating depending on how you carry it. It can also feel somewhat overwhelming, right? It's like and so I want you to kind of think about, like I said, um think about navigating through that feeling with a sense of proportionality, right? Like not getting, and I keep on hearing like allow the feelings that come up to be clear in relationality to what you're trying to do in a better way, right? I keep on hearing this, the message, and I wrote a whole article about this. I wrote a whole article about this right now over on the Stack. You can find it in the Mystic Meditation section, right? The emotions that have healthy directions attached to them. Thank you for confirmation, Esteban. Creative, one card on leadership thinks of you at work. Woo! Honestly, I don't think they're thinking about anything right now beyond leaving work, is what I keep on saying. This energy is like checked out right now. So if somebody's not getting back to you, it's like somebody's already on vacation, is what I keep on seeing. You know? If you haven't heard back, it's because somebody is already on vacation. Is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit on bottom of the deck, yeah, temperance energy. Like it's giving like I've got somebody like this, don't worry. Like if I keep on hearing silence right now, is like somebody like who's already like energetically checked out. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the frog energy, you know. Um I think that I feel like I think that they I feel like I think that it's a space by which I feel like you're doing something perfectly effectively, is what I keep on seeing. Like I feel like I keep on hearing the always ready is what I keep on hearing. And I keep on getting with always ready. It's like somebody who appreciates the fact that you're always ready to like step in or do something. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of that expediency that I'm seeing there. Ugh, Esteban. Are you kidding? Ugh. Well, that's what I meant in terms like it feels like something that you're picking up is what I kept on seeing. Yeah, like that's the thing I was getting there. Yeah, absolutely. It's the type of energy we see there. I like that. Excellent. And I got you on the list, Lexi. Hold on a moment. Oh, Chiefs, thank you for letting me know too. All right, my friends, we've got one more reading available today if anybody else would like to secure it. One card on love for Avatar, please. Woo! Your feelings are not too much for someone that wants the same things as you. Your feelings protect you for as long as your feelings have clear directions attached to them, as long as it's a fixed point, as long as it's not something that's constantly changing, right? As long as it's not the ever changing need That's here, there, everywhere. If you've got specific needs that you can articulate, they're not too much. And those emotions will protect you from anyone who isn't for you. Yeah. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Energy that doesn't want relationship will articulate that you're too much. Let them go find less. Right? Like, no energy that, like, and I keep on hearing somebody being able to articulate, don't let them say, I want a relationship that too. There are a lot of different types of relationship. Can you be specific in relationality to the type of relationship that you're looking for, right? If someone can't articulate what it is, like if somebody says like, oh, this is too much work, look at that. Look at that conversation protecting you from the difference between someone that articulates that they want something versus someone who actually wants, like, is able to speak. If we want something, we speak at length in relationality to what it is we're energetically seeking. Animal spirit guy. Yeah, it's not a bore. Like, what will energy say in the modality by which you're being, the sound by which you're being protected from things that are not for you? Boring. Right? Like the modality by which another person tries to articulate that you're being boring because you're asking them to be more specific in relationality to what they aspire for. Watch the protection at work, right? Who's boring? Who's boring? Who's boring? Who? A lot of people sing there. Yep, absolutely creative. All right, Viva, I appreciate the message. Oh, thank you, dear. I must say, you're so welcome. I do my best. You're welcome, Minnie. My own brother. Oh, sending you support on that journey, Rion. Rejection is protection. Tap to claim, Sunny. Oh, you're welcome, dear. Lisa, highest priority, please. Mm-hmm. We've got the Queen of Swords, which I feel is, I feel like I see you working through some modality or experience in relationality to being able to be clear, like being clear to another person. Your clarity is a gift, is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Like, don't get into some kind of like space of comparison. We don't compare when we're in our exquisite, right? And honestly, if you like in the modality by which another person like tries to make you feel like you're going through some point of energetic comparison with them, like that's where the love needs to go, right? Like I just keep on seeing like that experience of you articulating upon the force of care that you feel for another. Like I keep on seeing you can hold somebody compassionately, but you can also like you can care about someone from a distance, especially if it's those modalities by the like expressed by like the space by which anytime someone comes towards you, they try to energetically hurt you in the process. Like that is the experience of you like holding healthy boundaries towards things. Animal spirit guide. Yeah. Comparison is the thief of joy. Comparison is the thief of joy. And again, if you experience that modality by which another person is being cruel to you because they're effectively comparing, you can hold compassion for them, but also give them the distance that is required, is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing healthy energy, like a rising tide raises all ships, right? It's the feeling of wanting to energetically support or to help one another, right? Like that is what we effectively work towards. Thank you, dear. All right, let's continue right now. Hi there. How are you doing today, Oi? Oi. And if I'm ever saying your name correctly, I deeply appreciate if you guys help correct me as well. Oyigbo? Am I saying it correctly? Please let me know. All right. Law of attraction. Beautifully stated, Sunny. All right, we're going to continue right now. Now, please, the list for one cards is going to be, hold on a minute. So we're going to hold on the one cards right now. If you haven't put your one card in yet, then just go ahead and just hold on it because we got to get back to personals, and the list is now closed. Thank you for getting on the list as well. So the list we have right now for those who are on the list is, I've got Danae, Nikki, Lexi, Chiefs, and Marie. If you get on the list right now and you're not on the list, you'll be added to the list tomorrow, and you'll have an additional card in your reading. We're also at 50K. Thank you for helping me see that, Ava. We're going to be giving a reading back to the collective right now. And if anybody wants to become a super fan, and that will make you eligible for a one card, all you need to do is hit that super fan status. If you've become a super fan today and would like access to our super fan only disco channel, just message me with a disco gift. I'll be happy to send you that invitation. If you would like a discount code, now there's a huge discount code for the super fans on the tarot class in the disco. But if you'd like one and you're not a super fan, just message me the word class. And if you would like information on the trip that we have planned for August, message me the word trip. Okay. Oh my gosh, Avatar, that's awful. Oh, I hope they're okay. Oh, I'm sending you so much support on that. Ugh. All right. So we got to 50K. I am going to be thinking of a number right now between one. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 40. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Oh, congratulations, Rainbow. You got the reading. All right. That will be available to you tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for participating. And we'll do that again when we get to 100K. All right, let's get to it. The next person on the list for today is Danae. Danae, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. All right. Excellent. And while we wait, yeah, if you need to leave, Yaz, I'll be happy to draw that one card for you. Just let me know what your question is. And in the meantime, while we wait for Danae's question, let's do an animal spirit guide intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the board. Thank you so much. We'll do it again after the next reading. And, oh, got some white orbs. Huh. It's child energy. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, five of Pentacles in its reversal. It feels a little bit. It feels a little bit like it feels like I'm getting like spirit baby connected to that. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, with the fox energy. It feels like, it feels positive. You know, I would be very conscientious Like if in relationality, like I don't know if you were feeling lonely at that moment, but I almost feel like the energy was there to help you know that you're not energetically alone, and or how important or needed you are, is what I keep on seeing. All right, let's continue right now. And thank you for letting me know where the question is. All right. I got you, creative. Mhm. Let me just see where you put it, dear. Ah, thank you. Mhm. One moment. Where are we? Mhm. All right. Got you. Okay. Is this inside T or outside T, Danae? Hold on a moment. 2 or 4 letters that count. How are you doing, Rainbow? You have a wonderful day, Yaz. Outside. All right. Is there clarity? So can I get clarification on clarity, on the clarity that Danae is seeking, please? One. Woof. 2. um, 2 more, please. 3, 4. Who is this? Like foot right into mouth. You know what I mean? I feel like so the one thing I feel like, how do I describe this? You know, I feel like the conversation you need to have with someone is how like how they have to be more careful. Like we're gonna walk through that. Like I see somebody being like, I can't say anything. Be like, you can say anything you want, but like it's not the space by which you can say anything. It's understanding that what we energy. Okay, I need to work you through this. You know, the modality by which I feel like you're dealing with someone who has a tendency, like this is why hyperbole is so difficult in a relationship. And this is why we work to clear hyperbole. And I like to point out um, healthy, healthy hyperbole. There's a difference, right? There's a difference between healthy hyperbole versus someone that articulates that they were being hyperbolic when it was very clear that they were being energetically serious, is what I keep on seeing. And the way that we can usually tell this, and I just keep on hearing this has been coming through a lot of the readings. Hyperbole is onomatopoetic. in the modality by which we effectively articulate something, and then we energetically pull it back just as quickly, right? Like the modality by which we mean something. If we say something that we don't energetically mean, we are usually very quick to try to energetically correct for it, right? Like the modality by which we try to make sure, and we recognize and we understand the fact that we're not perfect. Like we're not energetically perfect as we're trying to do that work. And often the way you can usually tell the modality by which another person articulates the fact that they're hyperbolic is just as quickly, right? Like just as quickly as we articulate a frustration, we go, sorry, I got, it's like the modality by which we take account. This is the thing. Hyperbole takes accountability for itself as quickly as it comes forth, right? Like, I didn't come here. You know what I mean? Like the modality by which, like that's what we mean by like hyperbole is onomatopoetic, right? Vu, pulling back, right? The action of the word is identified in the way that we describe it. Yeah. So check. But what we cannot say that we're hyperbolic in the space of days, weeks, months, years, large swaths of time is not the way that hyperbole works. But you'd be surprised on someone who does not want to take accountability for something, trying to say in the fact that they've changed, oh, I was being hyperbolic. Were you? Or is that a continuation of you not taking accountability for something, right? And I feel like that is the type of conversation. I feel like it's going to require, I think what I see that you're effectively navigating with another person is the way, like the expression, I keep on hearing, like what we do with our anger, like tells us a lot about whether we're energetically ready for commitment. And this is the thing, anger ruins things. It's why we work to heal it. And it doesn't mean we should heal it entirely, right? Like the ability, like the ability and the ability to identify why we feel frustrated about something is how we effectively work to communicate what we can do better. And so I feel like I keep on seeing, I feel like I see you having a very serious conversation with someone in relationality to what they articulate they want versus how they seem to be changing in the experience of energetically receiving it, right? Because that can sometimes feel like it's hurtful, right? The modality by which we effectively move towards something should not feel, right? It should not feel like it's energetically crushing us, is what I keep on hearing. Like the ability of effectively navigating something with a sense of proportionality. And I feel like that is the conversation that I see that you're potentially having with another person right now, right? Like the ability of saying to them, like, are you energetically, like and it's interesting too, because I keep on hearing rush or crush, right? Like the modality by which you feel some sense, the modality by which you feel some sense of energetic excitement, but even in the modality by which you're articulating upon energetic excitement for something, I feel like I see you like having to navigate, like I keep on seeing, like I almost feel like I see you saying to somebody like there's something there that is building into what feels like it's supportive. And I keep on getting that what's energetically supportive in the space of our feelings are not the space by which we say, oh, I guess I can't share my feelings with you. We can share our feelings about anything, but when we're being empathetic in terms of how another person receives them, those are the emotions that have directions clearly attached to them, right? So I feel like I feel like And I need to stress this. If this is somebody who has a tendency of walking out of a harsh conversation, I feel like you need to make a promise before you start to have a conversation saying that you and another person aren't going to get irritated and walk away from the conversation, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like the space by which we learn to navigate our own feeling of frustration is how we work through something. And I feel like there's something there that applies to you as well. Just a little bit, you know? And I keep on seeing you can say to somebody, I need a minute, right? And then you can kind of get back to it. So I feel like there's something about you, and like it feels like you're gonna have a point of productivity this weekend. And I feel like these are the points of advice in relationality in terms of being able to work through how to go forward on it. Bottom of the deck, yeah, right? We never we never want to feel like an energetic burden in relationship, right? The modality, and that's why often in the experience of expressions emotions, like this is why we have to be very conscientious when we're feeling energetic pressure upon things, because we never want to make each other feel like we're energetic burdens. But often the space by which another person says, like, you want to avoid, I feel like this is almost what happened between you and another person. Like, you want to avoid the situation where another person goes, oh my gosh, I feel so great. I feel like I'm so glad I got that off my chest. And another person is now saying, well, I'm glad you got that off your chest because now I feel like I'm carrying it. You know what I mean? Like, so what we want to avoid, the way we avoid imbalanced conversations with one person being like, oh, I thought that went really well. Another person being like, that was terrible, is the space by which we're able to protectively articulate upon what the directions are that we have our feelings on. So not the feeling that we're just unburdening emotions on each other, but we're doing the work to understand the emotions that we're working on within versus something that we're trying to work through without. And that's usually why we can tell what is required with an inside voice versus an outside voice, because the emotions that feel that they need to be shared often have clear directions attached to them. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for a reading, the list is closed, but you can get on for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 54.9K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. It was flabbergasted. Yep. Excellent. Hi there. I mean, I think it's important, but I feel like it's you having to set some ground rules with someone before you have a conversation, you know? Oh, thank you, Rihanna. That means a lot to me. I do my best here. Yes, often experienced. Yeah, well, listen, you gotta the ability to recognize and work through neurodivergence. And I like to point that out. Those who are neurodivergent recognize the energetic challenges that arrive in the context of being able to be in that modality, right? This is what we mean by knowing ourselves. Yeah. And I like to point this out. Those that have those modalities are always working to effectively it's the space by which one is like very happy for the input. Yeah, the list is closed right now at work. And again, also, um, I know that, hold on, there's another 1 card I owe. Just bear with me. I see it here. Hold on a moment. Let me get to it. Bum, bum, bum. Where did it go? Yes. Yeah, these things usually go both ways. Yeah. I've been love bomb and then, oh gosh, sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Yeah. Nope, that's what'll happen, right? That's what it'll feel like. It's like static. I'm the walkout. Okay, you know, I was trying. I was. Do you have like how them Sag placements treating you? Bye. Goodbye. I gotta just remember. I got a thing I gotta do. Oh yeah, I gotta go. I gotta go do that thing. Hold on a minute. Yep. And here's the thing. And like here, but here I need to point this out. You like listen. You articulating upon something and also stating like saying I'm going and here's how you're gonna have that conversation. You amplify what you're trying to do better first is what I keep on seeing, Danae. I hope that helps, right? Like the work that's energetically mutually shared, you articulating upon what it is that you're working to do better, and then talking about what you guys like, what you and another person need to do in relationality to overcoming some kind of energetic challenge is what I keep on seeing. All right, just bear with me a moment. Oh, there it is. Pieces. Can you confirm if you're still here, dear? I just want to make sure before I give you your one card. I apologize for the delay. Okay. And God, thank you for the follow. Yes, know thyself. Yeah, easier and said than done. I know. It is easier said than done. It's perpetual. It got filtered. Yeah, I didn't see it, Nikki. Just call them out on it. You're welcome, dear. All right. The next person on the list right now is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you let me know? Oh, it was a little risque. One moment. Okay. Hi there. How you doing, maybe? Excellent. All right, the next person. So Nikki, if you could let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question. And while we wait for Nikki's question, let's do an intuition check. I've got where'd they go? There they are. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the water dragon. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. I'm trying to figure out how to word this. Why don't you take your time if you need a minute, and we'll continue down the list. You can be next year. All right. The next person on the list for today is Lexi. I'm going to need to see these cards. You got you. Moose dragons stand in water. That sounds profound, Rainbow. Yep. Absolutely. All right. The next person we're reading for is Lexi. Lexi, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Nikki, stop naming animals and focus on framing your question. Focus. Focus, okay? All right, where were we? All right, Lexi, second call for Lexi. Oh, I no, it's fair. No, they're massive. Oh, thank you for letting me know where it is, dear. Just bear with me a moment. I see it. Oh, come back here. Lord. Oh, come on. Is this inside tea or outside tea? So I got this one, huzzah. I don't know why. There's something with a huzzah with a period at the end of it that just always it just slaps. All right, let's get to it. Inside tea, I got you, dear. And we are going to, hold on a moment. I'm going to pin up Lexi here. Make sure to give Lexi some love. All right, we're doing, so just a note on our reads, we never put the autonomy in our decision in the cards, but let's see if we can get some guidance and relationality to how to navigate the circumstance or situation. Can I get 3 cards, please, from Lexi, highest priority? What do bullies say? What do bullies say? Why can't you take a joke? What do bullies say? Why can't you take a joke? But here's the thing. You are a very funny person. I can see that you're very funny, right? The modality of recognizing the space between the hard part when we're navigating the difference, and I like to point this out, the difference between something that is energetically funny versus the sound of someone pushing our buttons in the modality by which it is something that we are being overly sensitive about, is the space by which we amplify and articulate upon understanding and recognizing what we are energetically sensitive about. And this is why this is showing the proportionality of your responsibility versus their responsibility, right? If they have a tendency of going towards something, have you communicated to them that you're not comfortable with them speaking to you about, like, in that way? Everything you need to know about another person will be made evident and clear in the modality by which we communicate our vulnerability to them and the ability for another person to respect us in the proportionality by which we articulate the fact that we're being vulnerable in asking. The sensitivity that we find in terms of, and that's where I keep on seeing in terms of you saying, did you do that? Did you communicate before you cut off? Is what I see. And that's what I'm hearing from one of your guides, because the space by which we give someone a chance to energetically correct their behavior before writing them off is what I keep on getting, is how we recognize the difference between understanding the healthy boundary, right? We give someone an opportunity to meet our energetic standards. And if we can explain to another why the standard is there, why it has meaning to us, why it's energetically important, right? So long as we recognize, so long as we're not making ridiculous requests to one another, right? And the space by which we recognize a ridiculous request is one that is amplified by the energetic sensitivity that we bring forth in being able to articulate upon it. So long as we do that work, then everything we need to know in relationality to those experiences is amplified and articulated by how another person respects our reasonable requests. And I feel like that's what you need to write down about the situation. Have they respected a reasonable request? And did you give them the opportunity to do so? Because everything I keep on seeing here, like I get it. It feels like it feels like two peas in a pod here, you know? I see these two, like these two egg each other on. You know, like I got this like high five energy, be like, hey, up here, you know what I mean? Like it's giving me a lot of this like. But here's the point. When we care about each other, we don't make each other the butt of each other's jokes. I keep on hearing it's got to be proportional, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like I see some kind of modality by which you're working through the fact that you've got a lot of that heightened sensitivity, right? But everything I keep on hearing, everything you need to know about that situation in relationality as to whether you're being too sensitive, which I feel like is something that they're trying to say that you are, versus actually being too sensitive, is the modality by which you can explain why something hurts you, why something literally hurts you. When you say to somebody, when you do this, it hurts me. And this is the reason why. Energy that cares about you will refrain from doing that thing. Energy that does not care about you will articulate that you're too sensitive for being hurt in the first place. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah. The sound you should hear when you articulate that hurt me should be a profound I'm sorry. There should be no buts, right? And again, as long as what you're asking is energetically reasonable, right? As long as it's energetically proportional, as long as as long as there is reason attached to it, right? Like your priority point is making sure that you are making reasonable requests. And again, the way you can usually tell is if something that you're asking for, you would immediately give another person, right? You don't have to navigate something that you would not energetically reciprocate. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you can get on the list. You'll be the next person. You'll be the first. You'll be this first person read for. You also have an additional card in your reading tomorrow. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. This is the list sigh. Yeah, I also like a lot in front of sigh. Ooh. Why don't you post it in the disco, Bridge? I've never played. Excellent. Hi there. How are you doing today, Dan? All right, let's continue. The next person we're reading for today is Lexi. Lexi, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a... Oh, sorry, not Lexi. We just did Lexi. I apologize, dear. The next person on the list for today is Chiefs. Chiefs, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. We're also at 57.5K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting another reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. All right. Okay. And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cow. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Let's see here. All right. Guidance on proceeding. Oh my goodness. Oh dear. Sending you support on that journey. All right, can I please get 1 moment? Okay. Yes. Three cards, please. I feel the thing you need to have, like, the thing I keep on seeing, there's something, how do I describe this? You need to effectively have a conversation with them. In relationality, I feel like in relationality to like how I keep on seeing like how you energetically feel about something, you know? And I think that the conversation that you need to have with them is how they feel about it, is what I keep on seeing. You know? Like I feel like I think that there's something really important there in terms of I feel like that's what you have to have. You have to have a conversation with someone on their thoughts on the subject, is what I keep on seeing. And I think that whatever I'm seeing here in relationality to that needs to be like amplified and articulated upon, and I think too, like, you know, I think that there's something really important that needs to be said in terms of being able to, I keep on seeing speaking forth on something in such a way that the ability to effectively amplify and articulate upon what you are effectively working towards is, and I feel like this is like the thing that really needs to help or help build into the context of something here. That ability to be able to energetically articulate and prioritize upon something is the space. I keep on getting this too. the difference between being protected and protective is what I keep on getting, because the modality or the experience by which another person articulates their energetic intention is everything I keep on seeing that you need to navigate with them. Because I need to stress that when we are feeling protective, then we effectively build forth in such a way that energetically empowers, right? It is the modality or the space by which we recognize and we build into the context of helping one another through things. But when we are building through the space of being protected, then we're often in the context of effectively being more in the context of feeling like we have to, that we covet things, right? And the thing that we articulate that we energetically covet is often the space by which we feel that sense of energetic protectiveness to such an extent that we effectively feel that modality or experience by which we articulate upon something in such a way that we sometimes don't allow the context of our feelings to be heard correctly. And I feel like that, is what needs to be energetically repaired between you and that other person. Because I know that this is wild. Like, I keep on seeing somebody in some kind of mentality or modality. Like, there's a little bit of this, like, and I keep wondering, none of this like chicken and egg stuff in relationality towards like who started what or when something energetically started, right? Like that type of thing. Like, I don't know what that is that I'm seeing there in relationality to provocation, but the modality by which we're able to effectively focus upon what those energetic priorities are, like that is effectively the space by which we're able to identify and feel unified in relationality to some kind of resolution towards something. So I feel like you need to have a conversation with another person in relationality to what their priorities are. And I feel like it's almost the space by which if someone's coming towards you in such a way that it feels um, I keep on hearing like if it comes towards you in such a way, like I keep on seeing like if it's some kind of sense of like misplaced love, right? Like the clarification point and being able to articulate upon the sense or the space of love that we give each other, like that is the space by which you can energetically work to resolve something. But I feel like if this is a situation where another person won't have that conversation, like I feel like that is like I feel like the one thing you want to avoid in something here is the modality by which another person articulates the space by which they don't want to energetically talk about it, because that ability of not energetically talking about things, I just keep on hearing the same message coming through. If you sweep something over under the rug, you're just going to trip on it later, right? You sweep it under the rug, it's just going to happen again, right? Like none of this, like nothing about forgetting about things is what I keep on seeing. None of this, none of this like forgotten energy is what I keep on getting, right? Like that modality or that experience by which, and I keep on seeing a situation where everybody, like the articulation point in terms of identifying what needs to be done better, it's like working through the space of healthy, yeah, especially with the hair energy, you know, like they're like, I keep on, like a lot of, I keep on getting a lot of that hair energy is like, like it's like, I just keep on seeing some kind of situation where people like pointing at each other, and I keep on seeing, like somebody needs to be like everyone take it down is what I keep on seeing, you know, like I keep on hearing accusations, like energetic accusations don't resolve things. Conversations do, is all I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list, if you would like to get on the list for if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. All right. Oh, and again, yeah, I've got one more card coming through on this right now. You know, and I need to stress this. I need to point this out. This is really important. Okay? The modality by which another person tries to articulate the fact that they did something because they're hurting, that is the worst thing that we can say, right? We don't do things because when we tell ourselves that we do things because we were hurting, we're giving each other, like we're energetically giving each other permission to do anything, right? Because it's a modality by which you put that into your brain. You will suddenly become the most sensitive person on the planet. You will see a slight in everything, right? The modality by which you say, well, I was hurting, like you don't get it, you don't get a pass because we're in an emotional space. We effectively work towards, I keep wondering, like we work to resolve or to work towards something from a state of, like, I keep wondering, they were hurting is no excuse, right? It's the observation of being able to identify, and I need to stress this too. If somebody articulates the fact that they didn't have energetic control of the space by which they were experiencing that, that is something that they need to amplify, that they need help with, right? Like the ability to understand or identify the feeling of energetic support that we give to one another is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, again, you'll be able to get on tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. You're welcome, dear. Got it. I was waiting. Nikki needed a moment to frame her question. Yep. It's okay, dear. Hi there from Sweden. How are you doing today? I needed to hear all of this. Oh, I'm so glad, Unicorn. I like the idea of sweeping it over the rug. Yep. No, I get it. Well, and that's what I mean in relationality. Like I feel like you need to sit down with someone and understand like what something is about. He keeps saying this is why he did it, and they're using it as an excuse. How but that's what I like, that's what I need to point out, like the space, like remember when I said the space by which somebody articulates the reason they did something, whether it feels like it's energetically logical or not, right? Like the ability to articulate upon a better way, like I feel like the space by which you can articulate a better way to energetically resolve through something, I keep on getting the same message there, which is effectively being able to say to another person, like I feel like the logical next step is the best foot forward, right? Not like, and that's what I meant in relationality to like no, I keep on hearing like no finger point, like finger pointing and saying that another person's actions are why we did something. Like that is what I mean in terms of not matching energy, because that is the sound of overreactivity, right? Like we don't come into the space of saying, well, I wouldn't have done that if they hadn't done this, right? Like that is the like that type of energy is like the energetic like tumble away from all logic, you know? Like thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear, and sending you so much support on that. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Marie. Marie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. All right. We're also at 61K likes. When we get to 100K, oh, Nikki. Oh, yeah, Nikki, I'm sorry. you're next. Apologies. Nikki, did you finish? Did you frame the question? You know what happened? Because I marked you off. Yeah. One moment, Marie. We're doing Nikki first, and then we've got you. Yes, it's in the disco. I appreciate it. All right. One moment, please. Okay. And before we continue, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the water dragon. We'll do that again after the next reading. Right, where are we? Okay, and Nikki, is this inside tea or outside tea? You can, okay, thank you, I appreciate that. All right, just give me a minute. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. I don't really see the fact that it feels energetically risque. You know, I feel like what we're effectively identifying, you know, I'll go ahead and read most of this if you're comfortable with it. Um, I'm fully I'm I'm fully working to let go of my past relationship intellectually and emotionally, but it still shows up in my dream space, like 2 nights ago with the cat dream, which makes sense because it was a very traumatic experience. The connection ended abruptly without closure, and the relationship was largely kept secret. I feel like there's a layer of shadow work or unfinished integration still behind the surface. I'm not looking to reconnect or revisit it. I want clarity on what remains unresolved within me so I can fully release it. What unresolved lesson or shadow from my past relationship is still seeking integration, and how to conscientiously heal and release it? What am I missing? I know there's something in there that's hiding. I want to find out before it pops up out of nowhere. When current partner when triggered. 4 cards, please. And 2 more. So everything I'm identifying here has to do with being able to work through and understand. Like, this is the problem with trauma, right? Like the sound, the trauma is literally the sound of saying, and I never got closure, right? It leaves us with questions. It leaves us in the space of not feeling like we have the full understanding of something, right? Like the trauma itself is energetically identified with the feeling that we didn't have full clarity on what was energetically happening. This is why in the dream space you dreamt about the cat that had effectively one eye, because it was the feeling of navigating the trauma, by which the trauma was one that was happening from a lack of clarity as to what was energetically occurring. And that creates, I keep on hearing, it created an incredibly profound trust wound within you, right? The modality of effectively having to work through the shape of seeing a situation or circumstance by which it felt like someone was not only not operating towards you in a state of authenticity, created the wound that going forward from that point, you were going to question everyone's authenticity after meeting that individual. There's something to be said. There are relationships, there are individuals we meet that make our lives better in the context of meeting them. There are situations or circumstances by which we feel our sense of hope energetically restored. And there are energies that we effectively encounter in others that challenge or confuse or doubt us, because what we see in another is so difficult or painful to see that we carry that perception with us going forward. And I feel like that is the shape of the healing that you're navigating. It wasn't just the experience of having been energetically hurt, but the feeling of someone that was not being entirely in their authenticity in relationality to what they were energetically articulating to you. That can create a lot of anxiety. It can create a lot of fear in us. It can create really profound trust wounds because it makes us question the reality that we see that is occurring around us. This is why I feel like the space, and here's the first thing about it. Like, that is the work, right? That's never going to entirely go away. And I need to stress this. The responsibility of you feeling that that might go away, the first step is just accepting that is something that isn't, that you're going to have to work through, right? It's something that will rise back up within you when you're feeling triggered, right? They put a trigger there, and the trigger is effectively trusting another person's authenticity. And that modality of experiencing it, this is why it's so difficult, because it's often the shape by which we look at something and say, we felt better before we experienced it. But I need to stress this. Your ability to effectively navigate a space where you are operating in your absolute sincerity, right? When we're moving towards sincerity and we recognize that instead, like, you have to think from a point of compassion about the amount or level of pain that someone must experience in the space by which they recognize that we are giving them our entire capacity of authenticity, and all they give us is energetic falsehood. You can navigate a space by which you have to hold the context of having compassion for someone who is traumatized to such a degree that they perpetually meet the world in the space by which they create more falsehood around them by not trusting anything that's happening, but also not allowing oneself to be changed by it, right? You have to grow through it. And it's not the space, like, you had to go through it and now you have to grow through it. And I keep on saying, the space by which you don't let it change you, the space by which you understand that trust is never a failure point. It is never wrong to trust. When we give our trust to the wrong people, the lesson that we should take is never that we shouldn't trust again. It's that we work towards discernment. Because healthy energy matches trust with trust. They match love with love. And the modality or experience of navigating a situation or circumstance where another person can understand that we're giving them our authenticity, and they choose instead to come towards us from a state of energetic falsehood, that's not something that you created in another person, that's something that you experienced. But not allowing it to effectively change your shape and relationality to being able to see the good in the world, that is how you're going to heal through it. And it's going to come up. I'm not going to say to you that the day is going to come where that goes away. You're probably going to carry that wound with you every day moving forward. But that observation of being able to recognize it just as it is, a wound that needs to be energetically tended, is how you're going to make sure that it doesn't effectively allow you to change the context of the vulnerability, compassion, and love by which you meet the world, right? This is what it means. This is what it feels like to kind of go through those experiences. But the space by which you navigate that, and you can talk about it, right? A healthy counterpart will always hold you in a state of compassion when you articulate upon the fact that you're feeling energetically triggered in relationality to something unconscionable, horrific, that potentially energetically happened to you, right? And that state or that modality by which you're able to amplify and articulate upon that is what allows the space by which profound healing can occur. Bottom of the deck on this reading, you get away from any energy that tells you to get over it. There's no getting over anything. And this is why we don't, listen, this is why we as long as we don't energetically compare, right? As long as we don't operate in the shape by which we articulate that something that happened before is what we experience now, right? We don't get over things. They become a part of us. We need to get over this idea of getting over things, right? The shape by which we are effectively formed by our experiences is one that allows us to tend those wounds, right? It allows us to effectively recognize what it is that we're trying to do better. And it doesn't require us to be energetically perfect, but the observation or the experience of what we energetically endured, right? That is the modality by which we're able to articulate and amplify. Like, this is the sound of us trying to work harder to be able to work through something instead of becoming the same exact energy that hurt us in the first place. So every time you feel triggered, every time you feel that trust wound rise back up to the surface, right? Work to dispel it, right? And that doesn't mean, right? It doesn't mean you have to work to try to energetically forget it, right? The gift of effectively holding on to an experience that you allow it to inform you, but not affect you, right? That's what you want to write down. Informed, but not affected. Informed, but not infected. The ability to feel energetically informed that such a thing exists, but not to allow you to be affected by it is what allows you to effectively surpass it. Continue to do that work. And thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed. But if you'd like to book a reading, private reading for tomorrow, personal reading for tomorrow, you can do so. You'll also be the first person on the list for tomorrow. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 68.1K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. It's a very mature question. Yeah, the Ten of Swords makes a lot of sense in that spread. Yeah, and that's what I mean. It wounds, right? The observation of another person not operating in the same reality that you yourself were experiencing. It's painful. And you trusted their words. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Exactly. Yeah, my whole world flipped on its head. And I'm sending you so much support on that journey. Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much, Nikki. I resonate heavily with this too. Sending you support, Minnie. You deserve energy that matches you and your authenticity. It made me learn discernment. I'm still learning to trust it. And respect, thank you for the follow. You're welcome, you. Right, never. They were actually like possessed, I think, and a deeply sad person. But here's the thing, the space by which you're navigating that sense of compassion while also holding boundaries, like look at how beautiful your heart is. It won't happen to me again, but that little tinge of fear still exists. And here's the thing, it's probably never going to go away. How could it? We move forward and have the good experience that heal us through the bad ones. Tap to claim. It's weird because I don't feel like it comes to the surface. That's what's weird. But it must be deep in there. But and here's the thing about it. It might take, look, it might take years. It might take a long period of time to kind of work through that. That's what like the problem with a trust wound is that it can affect us to our core, right? But this is what we often learn in terms of like Chiron's journey. We can continue forward in a wound and become stronger for it. Thank you so much as well, Avatar. All right, my friends, final call for anyone who is a subscriber who has not had a one-card reading yet. You can go ahead and put your question in the comments, if you haven't already, if you'd like to become a super fan and have a card pulled, just go ahead and hit that super fan status and it'll make you eligible for one card. And we're also at 69.4K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. Oh, you're right. I apologize. Marie, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Thank you guys for helping me. That was an intense read. I apologize. Marie, you are the next person on the list. Rainbow, the 50 and 100K giveaways are always given out the next day. So that, yeah, so that reading will be available to you tomorrow. Thank you, dear. Okay. And Marie, can you please let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question? You're welcome, dear. Okay. And also, just hold on a moment. I've got you. Excellent. Thank you. And before we continue right now, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the B. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And I'm going to pin up Marie here. Make sure to give Marie some love. Can I please get 3 cards general for Marie? 1, 2 more, please. You know, I feel like I see you kind of working to really, like, really working to try to let go of some kind of situation or circumstance that I keep on getting prioritize energy that prioritizes us and wants the same things as us. Because, you know, it feels like some kind of energy by which, and I need to stress this, we're supposed to have needs, right? As long as our energetic needs are reasonable, right? As long as they're not exceptional, like as long as they're not like all over the place, right? As long as your needs are not like, as long as what you're doing, like your responsibility is making sure, like spot the need, right? Which is the need that's not here, there, or everywhere, right? Like the modality by which another person like articulates or amplifies in relationality to working through something, but not just working through something, but as long as you have a sustainable, like energetic need, that need will protect you from an unhealthy relationship. Because the modality by which, when you articulate a very normal need in a healthy relationship, someone will say, obviously, right? Like that is the energy of someone saying, I will work better towards meeting that energetic standard. An unhealthy relationship will have you feeling like you are bonkers for having needs in the first place, right? Like that you can try to bring all of the things that you need to bring into an unhealthy relationship. And never will you feel like you are less reasonable because someone will articulate the fact that you're being energetically needy. Unhealthy relationships will literally be upset at you for doing the things that make a healthy relationship possible, right? Being energetically attentive, right? When you bring a normal amount of attentiveness to an unhealthy relationship, what does someone say? Gosh, stop being so obsessed with me, right? We're supposed to be like, a healthy relationship is a mutual obsession with each other. That's what we're supposed to do. That's literally the sound. That's a healthy obsession with each other, right? It's the mutual healthy obsession. Um, we try to be energetically consistent, right? Stop energetically bothering me. The modality by which another person articulates the space by which we ask for attention, and someone says, you're like, why are you so needy? We're supposed to expect attention in our relationship, right? It's the space by which, when we articulate to each other and say, I need a little attention, right? In a healthy relationship, if you came walking in the room and says, I need a little attention, we say, certainly, right? How can I energetically help you with that? It's the modality by which we're able to, and here's what I mean, as long as you're purifying, right? As long as you're purifying your needs by being able to articulate them, it's not unreasonable to ask for them, right? Which is why we articulate upon our needs. The ability to speak them forth that allows them to be energetically met. But be very conscientious, right? Be very conscientious. And this is why it's so hard, because this is why we stop talking, stop speaking for ourselves, because we'll hit that unhealthy relationship and we'll ask for something reasonable, and someone will say to us, stop being so needy, right? They'll try to shame us for having the things that would make us be incredible partners, right? Stop being such an incredible counterpart. Stop having so much counterpart potential, right? Right? That is not the space by which you should stop asking. It's the space by which you should be informed by how someone's receiving all of the things that make a healthy relationship. And I think that that's really energetically important, because I feel like I see you kind of going through some kind of experience of separation and connection. And we don't need to take breaks in healthy partnership. We work things through together. So make sure, and I keep on hearing, don't let somebody get you into that energetic trap, right? Don't let someone you know what the sound of negligence is? The sound of negligence is someone is continuing to articulate your need to someone who refuses to meet it until the moment that you get so upset that you energetically snap, and now you've got an anger issue. I'm really concerned about you. Why are you so angry all the time? Right? Are you angry all the time? Or are you having a reasonable reaction to a situation that feels akin to energetic negligence? So make sure that you're doing that work to recognize and identify when that's occurring. Don't try to change it, right? Don't get in the habit of energetically repeating yourself, is what I see. Articulate and identify what it is, and then see if someone's willing to do the work. And I know it's not easy, because I can see that there's a lot of care, right? Some energy will articulate that they want a relationship, but the space by which another person shows the steadiness and readiness to be able to navigate one, it's different things. Let their words match their actions. And if they don't match them, point them out. And if they don't go work to resolve the disparity between their words and their action, you can care about someone from a distance. You can care about them from a distance. All that love stays, but they don't need to be in the space by which they're hurting you with it. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the 8 of Pentacles in its reversal, right? Healthy energy. When we work, again, when we tell someone we're energetically hurting, right? When we articulate to another person that they're hurting us, the sound, as long as it feels energetically reasonable, the sound you should hear is, how can I work to heal that? Not, you should do something about that. Right? It should be a we, not a you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. And if, I'm sorry, I need to stress this too. It's also saying to me, in the relationality to that, making sure, like I keep on hearing, don't make sure that you're having a conversation with someone about what it is that you actually expect from them from partnership. Like I keep on hearing, new relationships don't get old friend energy. New relationships don't get old friend energy, is what I keep on hearing too. Which is basically the space by which, we're energetically able to work through or resolve something, is the space by which we understand. And I keep on hearing the space by which we take time to, and this is why I say, this is why we don't treat each other in relationship like old friends. I keep hearing, if we're in an energetic partnership, we don't treat each other like old friends, which is the space by which we take our energetic time to get back to each other. It's the space by which we recognize and prioritize, especially if that's a relationship of intimacy, is what I keep on seeing, right? Don't let somebody get confused in relationality to that. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. And Psychic, thank you so much for the follow. Okay. Absolutely. Yep, I apologize for that person. There's been a lot of those right now. Yes. Why so obsessed with me? Like, we're supposed to, if we're in an intimate relationship, we're supposed to be obsessed with each other. Yes, remember to articulate. I mean, where's the limit with that, though? I feel like you can't do that. Well, and I need to point this out. Healthy relationship is about mutual agreed upon boundaries, right? Like the modality by which we navigate the comfortability in relationality to how much we effectively build into. This is what we talk about when we speak towards alignment, right? It's the healthy energy in relationality to what we give forth versus what we receive back. This is exactly what's happening. I hope this helps, dear. Yeah, I know. Yeah, or they come to the rescue, but then repeat the unwanted behavior. Exactly. Boundaries are the most important thing. I completely agree. Love them from afar. Or the eye rolling or sighing, exactly. Thank you. This confirms everything. I hope these messages help. Excellent. Yes. You're welcome. I do my best here, and I hope these messages help, dear. Resonates for me. Had a letter wanting to be friends. Well, and I need to point this out. This is why in some relationship contexts, we can't move. It's not to say that we can't move into the context of friendship with exes, but it's the modality in terms of what it is that we hope to manifest versus what another person is energetically offering us in terms of relationship. There are some modalities by which two energies, when we talk about healthy, conscientious uncoupling, right? The identification point of energy that resolves in terms of wanting something, wanting to move into that space. But it can't happen. It doesn't happen in every condition, Thank you as well, BB. Exactly. Especially if there was especially if there was a modality by which there was something grievous that occurred between them and another person. Sending you support on that journey, Sarah. All right, again, we are getting to one card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber who has not had a card pulled, I'm just going back. I think Rainbow had one earlier. I just need to scroll back up to it. Exactly. One moment, please. Oh, I know there's, well, I mean, technically that's what the water dragon is, Nikki, right? Guidance on connecting to my Mars in Cancer. Ooh, in 12th house Gemini. I feel like that's you fighting to make your dreams a reality, right? Like that's what I see with Mars and Cancer in the 12th house, right? Like working with tenacity towards what you love. But it also says to me you might have to do some like dual path work around it, right? Like being like it says to me like the dual path work in terms of being able to like recognize and identify like being able to find the energetic support to be able to do something that you love in order to effectively facilitate the day that you can merge those effective zones is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, and I think that that's the hard part, particularly. Do you see all the two energy around this right now, Rainbow? Not rushing the process, but doing it. I keep on hearing, like, especially with it being in the 12th house, like doing it in a sense of like, I keep on hearing like working in terms of the process, a little bit at a time is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, and not getting frustrated in relationality to the time it takes in terms of like building into. I keep on hearing like the dual path work that feels like it harmonizes. Yep. All right. And guys, if you are interested in having a one card, all you need to do is become a super fan and you'll also be eligible for a one card. Thank you as well, BB, for confirmation. Absolutely. This confirms everything I'm dealing with currently. Sending you support, unicorns. Thank you to everybody. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Excellent. Yes, 777. And thank you so much, Mark, for the follow. Absolutely. All right, let's continue right now. Final call for any of my subscribers who have not had a card pulled yet, who would like a one card pull today. Just a reminder, if you became a super fan today and would like to be included, if you would like to be included in the disco, the subscriber only disco, just message me a disco GIF and I'll be happy to include you. If you are interested, if you are interested in a discount code on the, now if you missed our tarot class that was yesterday, that will be going up later this evening. I will be sending a notification when it's up for paid subscribers if you weren't able to be at the class in person. And if you're interested in joining, becoming a subscriber, and you're not a super fan because there's a bigger discount in the perk section of the disco, message me the word class and I'll send you a discount code that you can only get while I'm on this live. Just hit that orange icon. And if you're interested in learning more about the trip that we have planned in August, message me the word trip and I will also send that to you as well. Good vibes. Can I get one card, please? Highest priority. We got the Eight of Cups in its upright, which is speaking towards, I feel like it's working in the realm of the feelings, but like working in the realm of the feelings so that you're able to effectively articulate them in a way that feels like it's energetically empowering to you. Yeah, especially with the Ace of Wands. As soon as I started trying to read for you, like my throat chakra felt like it was like seizing up a little bit. So I feel like it's working through the state or space by which you identify or articulate to another, like what you mean versus them misunderstanding you is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the raven. I feel like there's something important there. Like, I feel like there's something really energetically important there in relationality to, I keep on seeing like helping another person recognize and identify, like not like I keep wondering, don't feel the need to like over explain yourself to someone that feels invested in misunderstanding you, is what I keep on hearing. Hi, Pepper. How are you doing, dear? Chrissy, one card, highest priority, please. You had a bottom of the deck here coming through. I feel like this is something about like working through the context of being able to identify or recognize like what you're trying to work for, like through in a better way. Like I keep on getting some kind of energy here in relationality to, how do I describe this? Like I feel like this is you like finding a way to effectively articulate like articulate through your energetic frustration, but in a way that feels like it's energetically productive. Like I feel like there's something very, yeah, bottom of the deck, especially with the Lovers card. I keep on hearing mutual effort, which is the space, like I feel like again you prioritize energy that prioritizes you and wants the same things as you. As long as you're doing the work to effectively communicate upon what your aspiration is in relationship, it's not too much to ask that somebody reciprocates that in the same fashion. Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially with the sow energy, I feel like that is working through some kind of, I feel like it's working through some kind of context or experience by which you're working to effectively identify and recognize like everything you're trying to do in relationality to helping to effectively, like I feel like this is you trying to like work through the space of like what you yourself can heal versus what other people's healing is, right? Don't over internalize, like don't over internalize um, like the space by which another person is working through their own energetic like hardship. Just allow it to effectively fortify you in terms of what it is that you yourself are trying to do, is what I keep on seeing. You know, like that is the sound of your compassion. Like let it effectively help you, like let it effectively help you heal through something. And I keep wondering, don't match energy. If somebody's trying to come towards you in a way that feels provocative, don't match energy. Remember who you are. Thank you, dear. What if I made an account for her? I can't stop you. You like again, I don't know. I don't know the policy in making accounts for pets. I don't know how that works. Oh, I love that. Hold on a minute. One moment, please. You're welcome, dear. Yes, don't over-explain yourself to someone invested in misunderstanding you. Exactly. How are you doing today, Emmanuel? One moment. You're welcome, good. Jess, one card, highest priority, please. I feel like the Ace of Swords is working through situations or circumstances by which, you know, you have to stop being so hard on yourself. All you can do is everything that you can do, you know? Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the Four of Wands and its reversal, you know? Build into, like, building into healthy expectations, particularly and especially in relationality to something that you're working on doing in a better way. Like, I feel like there's a lot of energy of resolution there. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, with the otter energy, you know, I feel like it's not, I feel like it's not this, like, I feel like it's something about you not having to feel like you need to chase down energy, like the ability of another person keeping you informed, you know, shows a lot of consideration in terms of being able to effectively establish or understand like what it is you're trying to do better, is what I keep on seeing. So continue. I feel like, you know, it's like I feel like it's just you can kind of continuing to do that work. Thank you. Excellent. And thank you for reposting, BB. I appreciate it. All right, my friends. Okay, well, time travel. Well, not that. I don't think that's necessary, Rainbow. All right, my friends. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. I will be back on tomorrow at our standard time. Yeah, I got you, Sarah. One card, please. I feel like I'm seeing here, I feel like there's something important, Sarah, in relationality to being able to, I feel like there's something important in relationality to helping another person. Identify, like I keep on seeing like the space by which you're able to be energetically adaptable is the space by which you articulate upon. I keep on hearing like healthy energy will understand if there's some kind of limitation in terms of what it is that you can bring forth to something. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like I keep on seeing like make sure, like it's giving me a lot of Ace of Cups, which is saying make sure that you're in a comfortable space in relationality to what is effectively within your own power to be able to navigate, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the hind energy, right? Working through the observation of helping to, like, and I feel like it has to do with plans or making plans or being able to articulate upon what those plans are. Like I feel like it's like not feeling some kind of confusion point, but just like working towards clarity. Like I keep on hearing like we don't make it, we don't build into like the last energetic minute. Like we help each other by being able to articulate and identify what it is that we're trying to do in a better way, you know? Like I keep on seeing like healthy energy is able to, healthy energy is the space by which we're able to navigate what is feasible. Particularly, I keep wondering if you've got energetic obligations, you know? Like I feel like it's another, you learn a lot from energy that is respectable about the fact that you have energetic obligations, is what I keep on seeing. Excellent. One moment. You're welcome, Jess. My kiddo showed me their biology diorama cell. What? That sounds amazing, Rainbow. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for being here, Rihanna. I appreciate you. They wrote a whole analogy explaining how a vampire castle Minecraft series. Oh my God, that's so cool. It sounds amazing. You should be. That sounds awesome. All right. I want to see the diorama. Post it on the disco. That sounds cool. Oh, Sarah, I'm sending you support on that journey. Yes. Yeah, I can imagine, dear. And I keep on saying energy that gets that will get that. Thank you. All right, my friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. As I mentioned, we'll be back on tomorrow at our standard time, 7 p.m. PST, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you'd like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my account, activate the bell there to turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. I want to, if you became a subscriber today and would like to have access to our subscriber-only disco channel, just message me a disco GIF and I'll be sending you the invite. If you would like access, if you go there as well, when you introduce yourself in the perks section, you'll find the special coupon code for our class program. I will be having the recording from last night's class up later this evening. And if you are interested, if you're not a subscriber who would like access to that class, message me the word class and I'll send you a coupon code to give you access to that class program. And if you're interested in our trip, message me the word trip and I'll do so too as well. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Thank you so much for being here and supporting everything I do every day. And the biggest thank you, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to read for you. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.